Can we get to our right seats for the right time? I need the right people in the right seats for the right time. As the mayor walks into the chambers.
We're exclusive economic club, yes.
All right, the time is 9:02 a.m. City Clerk, can we do roll call?
Councilmember Soria, Councilmember Carbasi,
Present.
Councilmember Arias, Councilmember Maxwell,
Present.
Councilmember Bredefeld,
Here.
Vice President Esparza,
Present.
Council President Chavez.
Here. All right, we will now have the invocation by Pastor, there's been a correction. I understand that now will be Pastor Brendan Tomasian from Northwest Church. It will give the invocation. Do we have Mr. Tomasian on? All right. And then it will be followed by the Pledge of Allegiance. Pastor?
Heavenly Father, we thank you so much for bringing us together safely this morning. We thank you for these public servants who have dedicated themselves to serving you. And we thank you for their hard work and persistence. And we ask that they would lead according to your will and for your glory. Lord, we pray that you would bless our city. We're thankful and blessed to live here. And we ask that your blessings would rain down upon Fresno and the surrounding areas. And Lord, we pray that you would lead and bless this meeting, that the business that gets done would glorify you and would be according to your will, and you would, again, just lead in the right direction, Lord. We thank you for the hard work that goes into this, and we just ask that your will would be done and that you would bring up what needs to be brought up, Lord. And again, that it would all be for the blessing of Fresno, and that you would make our city prosper. We love you and we thank you for your Son. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
Amen. Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right, we will now move on to approving the agenda. We have a couple of changes that I'll be reading. They're not that long. Two special meetings were added to the agenda, one open session and one closed session. The following items are being requested to be removed from the agenda for a future date. That would be item 1L, and that's being requested to be continued to the June 24th, 2021 council meeting by Director Mosier. And then the following changes, one of them just occurred with, we had a change of our pastor. The other one will be resolution. I'm being added myself and Councilwoman Soria to the resolution for providing city-sponsored swim lessons to eligible children in the city of Fresno. And then the following item is being pulled from consent calendar and moved to contested consent for further discussion. That would be item 1Q. And that's being requested by Councilmember Soria. I think she's here.
Question. Did you say your item 1L is being pulled from the agenda?
Yes, that was requested by Director Mosier.
Okay. Do you want the list of items that I'd like to pull? Or
Yeah,
consent or wait till
if
consent?
council has additional items from the ones I just read, we will entertain those now.
Okay.
Would you
I
like
have
to
a
pull some?
couple items.
Sure.
Okay, I'd like to pull item 1I, 1L, 1R, 1V, and 1W.
The last two ones were 1D,
V as in
V.
Victor, and 1W.
1W. All right.
Did you say 1T as in Tom, Councilmember?
No, 1L,
V.
1R. V is in Victor.
So here's what I have for Councilmember Bedfeld. 1I, 1L, 1R, 1V as in Victor, and 1W.
Yes.
All right. Any
Council
other
President?
items to be pulled? Councilmember Maxwell?
I pull 1T for discussion, please.
1T. Council, Vice President Esparza, any items?
Yes, Council President. I'd actually like to go ahead and table altogether 1I.
1I.
Yeah, with direction to the administration, please do not bring this item back until District 7's allocation of the SB $1 is much more equitable than it is now.
So just a clarification on that one. So if we don't approve that, the state will not release SB 1 funds. We have to approve it either today or next Friday or next Thursday. However, if you approve the list today, it's a two-step process. Approve the list, and we can change it at any time after that. We can throw it out and start over. But next year, at the end, this time next year, then we have to give a report to the state saying this is what we actually did, which is fine. We could do 100% different stuff. So if you don't want the money, don't approve the list.
No, I want the money. I just want my equitable share. When there's $10 million plus and District 7 only gets $700,000 of it, I mean, I know, again, you're not the previous administration, but this is the exact type of, I guess, behavior we saw with the previous administration, right? So I feel much more comfortable bringing it back next Thursday after Public Works has revised it. And
They won't be able to revise it in a week, $10 million and revise it. So what I'd like to propose is that we approve it, and then we sit with you and say, okay, how do we want to revise it? So we lock down the money.
I'd like for them to make an effort.
Councilman, what I would suggest is to pull the item for discussion, because I have some issues with it as well.
Okay.
And then I think we can decide what we want to do. But I'd like to hear what your concerns are, because I have concerns too. on
Sure.
the
Okay. So
allocation.
all right. So we'll go with Councilmember Bredefield's motion to table it, but do understand that I do intend to table it.
Well-
Sorry, you mean to discuss it?
Yeah,
But I intend to
contest
table
it.
it.
Perfect. And I'll have Scott Mosier in the chambers to answer any questions about how we do it, how it got prepared, all that stuff. So he can update everybody.
Okay. Any other items?
Council President?
Vice President? Yes.
Can I
Councilmember
amend my previous comment? I meant to pull 1S as in Sam and not 1T as in Tom.
All right, let's do that correction. So 1S as in Sam and not 1T, correct?
For discussion, that's correct.
Okay.
Thank you.
Councilmember Arias, any items?
Council President, just want to confirm that on the item on the vacant commercial ordinance, we did meet with the Real Estate Association yesterday, and they just need a confirmation that this would be a program that is responded to based on complaints, not proactively inspecting every commercial property in the city. So we gave them that confirmation, that assurance, and they're supportive of the item. So thank you for them for spending the time to meet with us yesterday during lunch. And then second thing, Council President, want to say for the record, I'm not pulling any items for discussion or tabling, and I think I deserve an award today.
I don't think there are any items left to pull. But I might be surprised. Councilwoman Soria?
I'm going to pull item Q and W.
All right.
I already pulled W.
Oh, cool.
W. All right. Councilmember Carbasi? You want to pull any of the last remaining
Yep.
2 items?
1S, which I think Councilmember Maxwell pulled for discussion as well, and then 1X for discussion,
1X. All right.
please.
All right. Do any council members want to register any abstentions or recusals? I'm going to enter a recusal on item 1R, City Clerk, for the record. If you could just enter that.
Which one?
1R. All right. Is there a motion to approve the agenda, the last 2 items as amended?
So moved. Second.
All right. Moved by Councilmember Maxwell, seconded by Councilmember Carbasi. Any opposition? Seeing none, motion carries, and we will discuss those items under contested consent. All right, first up is the ceremonial presentations, and it's proclamation for Anna Pine Day. Sponsor is Councilmember Carbasi. Councilmember Carbasi?
I'm sorry, Mr. President, which item?
That was the ceremonial presentation
thank you.
of Anna Pine Day.
Yes, do we have Ryan Jacobson and Anna Pine online?
Ryan Jacobson is online.
Hey guys, we're together here, so.
Terrific. Okay, Ryan, so we have this wonderful proclamation for an amazing person. If you would introduce Anna and tell the council a little bit about her, and I'll chime in a little bit afterwards.
Absolutely. Thank you so much, Councilmember Carbasi. Thank you so much, Fresno City Council and the Mayor's Office. We appreciate this opportunity to recognize somebody who's been very near and dear to the hearts of the Fresno Rotary. Anna Pine has been our Executive Director, CEO for over 15 and a half years now. As all of you know that are sitting around the table right now, you know, we're not able to accomplish what we're able to do without the amazing staff that we have behind us. And Anna is one of those members that has just done a tremendous job for our Rotary. I'm fortunate, I think all of you over the course of the last year and a half have participated in some way in our Rotary. We do everything we can to be a real voice and part of the community and give back as much as possible. And so we're so very, very excited that Anna's been a major part of this. She is moving on, and you guys may see her in her new role, which we'll talk about here in just a second. But we're so excited to be able to recognize her today and really appreciate the time that the City Council is taking to make sure she's appropriately honored.
Thank you, President Jacobson. And for those that may not know, Ryan Jacobson is the president of Fresno Rotary. And Anna, I have never seen a cross-word from you, or you've always been friendly and polite, and you deal with a lot of personalities in our group. But you're terrific, and you keep us going. And even through the pandemic, when we weren't meeting in person, we still were able to stay connected. And it's a lot of work, but I'm so excited you're still staying in Fresno, and you're going to be continuing on with an exciting job that has to do with the city a little bit. So glad to hear that. Anna, would you please introduce yourself to the council and tell us a little bit about what you're doing, and let them see the friendly person that I get to know.
Well, thank you very much. Thank you very much, Councilmember Mike Carbasi, the Council Mayor, and Fresno Rotary President Ryan Jacobson for this proclamation. It's been a pleasure and an honor to serve Fresno Rotary as their chief executive for 15 years, as Ryan mentioned, and to receive this acknowledgement is truly humbling. I've enjoyed helping the hundreds of Rotarians that continue to serve and do goodwill in our Fresno community and internationally. Next month, I look forward to serving the exemplary Fresno Rotary police officers, retirees, families as the business manager for the Fresno Police Officers Association. So thank you again for this wonderful honor.
Absolutely. Thank you for all the work you did with Rotary and all the work Rotary's done beyond Rotary, but for the community. It's been a lot of work, and we're very grateful to you. And we have a nice proclamation that I will, next time I come to the meeting, I will bring for you.
Thank you.
I might have to go bring it to FPOA, though, because I think you're going to be, when do you start your new position?
July 16th.
Oh, no, I'll see you before that. Okay. Thank you.
Well, June 28th, Councilmember Carbasi, our speaker that day will be Mayor Dyer, so.
Oh, I think we all have to be there then.
Exactly.
Okay, thank you so much.
You want to have the clerk read the proclamation?
Yes, I'm sorry, clerk, please read the proclamation.
Whereas the Rotary Club of Fresno includes several local leaders in all different fields that come together on a frequent basis and exchange ideas. And once those ideas are exchanged, actions are taken to better our community locally and aboard. And whereas for an organization to hold weekly meetings and execute projects that form lasting impacts in the community, there needs to be well-organized funding, planning, and drive to see the change come through. For the past 15 years, the Fresno Rotary has been run and led by the Chief Executive Officer, Anna Pine. And whereas, under Anna Pine's leadership and oversight over the past decade, Fresno Rotary has given thousands of dollars to organizations throughout Fresno, investing in our youth and those in need. And whereas, in the past year of the pandemic, Anna was able to maintain a close connection with Rotary members by providing virtual meetings and talks with local leaders in the Central Valley. Fresno Rotary also helped in the fight of the pandemic, providing meals to frontline workers and food for those in need. And whereas Anna's impact with the Fresno Rotary has left a lasting impact on the Central Valley, and her leadership throughout the past 15 years and the ability to hurdle over the many obstacles has been admirable. Now, therefore, be it resolved that Mayor Jerry Dyer and the Fresno City Council members do hereby recognize Thursday, June 17th to be Anna Pine Day.
In a nutshell, Anna, well done. Mayor Dyer, would you like to say a few things?
Yeah, Anna, congratulations. You've done a yeoman's work over the years as the chief executive, and Rotary's been very, very blessed to have you at the helm there. And I've had the opportunity to speak many, many times to the Rotary over the years, and always been gracious. And, you know, Councilmember Carbasi said that you've had to deal with a lot of personalities there. Personalities or egos, because we know there are some egos involved. But I just want you to know, as you go to the Fresno Police Officers Association, you haven't seen egos yet. So be prepared. But congratulations, and the Rotary's loss is the FPOA's gain. They're going to be very, very fortunate to have you there. So welcome aboard. Thank you.
Great job.
Thank you, Councilmember Carbasi, and thank you to our awardees and Ryan Jacobson. I've never heard of Ryan Jacobson. I'm surprised you had to call him the president.
He was my student body president when I was at Fresno State too, so it's double.
I know. Congratulations, Anna, and we will be seeing you soon there. I drop by pretty frequent there. All right. We will now move on to Councilmember reports and comments. First up, we will have Councilwoman Soria. Any reports or comments?
Yes, Council President, thank you. So just wanted to thank everyone that has been working on the Olive Avenue streetscape. Olive Avenue between Yosemite and Roosevelt, which is shared by myself and Councilmember Arias, is under construction. It's looking fabulous. So we want to thank our Public Works Department and the crews that are out there making sure that this project is completed by July 22nd. We continue to ask our business owners or the patrons of those businesses to be patient, but to continue to support the small businesses that are there because they are open. If there are any issues, feel free to call Councilmember Arias or my office at 621-7810. Also, I want to take a moment to thank all my colleagues and the mayor who were at the Pride flag raising ceremony along with the city manager. Thank you for allowing our city employees who wanted to participate to attend, and just everyone that was able to be part of a historic event. We had a tremendous amount of turnout, and so we just thank everyone who was part of it to make the event such a success. Also, just wanted to follow up on the issue of cooling centers. I know that I briefly, city manager, talked to you because I believe there's maybe 4 cooling centers open in the city of Fresno. Doesn't cover, all of the different neighborhoods, but I wanted to see how the process happens in selecting those cooling centers, and is there ability to look at other centers in other neighborhoods that are disadvantaged just because the weather's going to be pretty bad tomorrow. I think we're expected to be at 111. And I want to make sure that families that don't have, access to AC, or also, some of our folks that are experiencing homelessness in our community, that are living in cars or in the streets, have an ability to go get cooled off, maybe a drink of water, and so forth.
Yes, so the staff is currently working to, you're on the same page as the mayor. The mayor has the same idea. So we are working to open a couple of more centers, and the staff is looking at logistics to get all of them open and available. So I should have something here before we end the meeting today on which ones and when. And then they wanted me to just point out that pools are free of charge when it gets hot. So if you want to get cool, the pools are free, so get out to the pools.
And the pools are also open?
Correct, the pools are open, correct.
Perfect. Yeah, I think we just need to make sure that we promote that out. I don't know if we've done, Mayor, I know that you've been doing a slew of press conferences, but I think the public really needs to know that these pools are open, when the days, the times, just because it's getting really, really hot.
Yeah, I believe we sent one out yesterday on that, but we will send it out again today because we're going to be opening up. I actually sent an email to the city manager about opening up as many community centers as we could, all the pools. I know in Councilmember Esparza's district, this was brought up in a community forum we had. And you have Romaine and Holmes Playground. We're going to look at expanding all the community centers for coolness centers, but all the pools as well. So, and we'll get something out today, letting folks know where those are and the times.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Does that conclude your comments, Councilman? All right, Councilmember Carbasi?
Thank you. Just a few comments. First, regarding the cooling centers, we do have a cooling center at the Pinedale Community Center in Northwest Fresno District 2. If you have any issues or concerns, feel free to call my office or call 311. But that will be open during this heat wave we're having. There have been a few fires in Northwest Fresno. I was driving home last Friday. In fact, I was on the phone with the mayor, and I saw a big plume of smoke, and turns out it was the first fire along one of the trails, and there were quite a few on Monday and Tuesday. On Monday, we contacted the Fresno Fire Department, and by Tuesday, they caught the arsonist. It was a 19-year-old who unfortunately caused a few fires in the Herndon and Brawley and Milburn area. Fortunately, there were no structures damaged, but it was getting worse and worse every time, and there were a few homes that were under threat. But thank you so much to our fire department, our police department for being so responsive. Thank you to Marcus Ponce, the community resident who saw the person, took video, reported him, and really helped the investigation. Deputy Fire Marshal Jay Tracy, our amazing fire chief, thank you so much for following through and keeping our community safe, especially in light of July 4th. It's great to know that we're on it. I believe there was another set of arson fires I just heard about this morning on the news, but I think they caught that person as well. And then on Saturday, for anyone looking for something to do, at the Sierra Sky Park, we are having a Father's Day fly-in and car show. I'm really excited. This used to be an event held at the Chandler Airport, and now it's going to be at Sierra Sky Park. And I'm lucky to partner with great organizations like 99.3 Now and Kino 1430. And the EAA and the community association out there at Sierra Sky Park, and Fresno Street Eats. There'll be food vendors, there'll be pancakes, there'll be lots of opportunities to see helicopters and planes and all kinds of cars. So please come with your family. It's very family friendly, and there's going to be some great food out there. And that's at the Sierra Sky Park from 8 a.m. to 2 p.m. on Saturday. Thank you so much.
All right, thank you, Councilmember Carbasi. Councilmember Arias?
Thank you, Council President. City Manager, is there any update on the broken splash park in
on the broken
District 3?
splash park? I don't have an update right now, but when Scott Moser shows up today, to talk about SB1, we can inquire about the status.
Perfect. Thank you. And then just a quick inquiry. I know we caught the arsonist yesterday. Are we making sure that he has one of those reserved beds in the jail so that he doesn't come out and set the city on fire during the heat wave?
I can tell you the beds can be used however we would like. All we have to do is make that that request of them. You know, they do have a right to bail, well, actually, no bail, but we can utilize one of those beds. Maybe a city manager can reach out to
Yeah,
Francine.
I just want to make sure that he has a place to be for a while, given the heat wave and the significant threat that he poses to the city. All right, with that, thank you, Council President.
All right, Councilmember Maxwell.
No updates at this time, Council President.
All right, Councilmember Bredefeld.
No, nothing, thanks.
Whoa, man, what's going on here? Vice President Esparza? Oh, he's got comment. Okay, go ahead, Vice President.
You have a winner. Yeah, so we had well, the mayor, I think, had a good meeting on Tuesday. This week's been long. Tuesday, the D7 Meet the Mayor. I appreciate the invitation. We were in the middle of the budget hearing, so I was only able to pop out of the chamber and hop into that meeting for about 10 minutes or so. But it was productive, and you can appreciate the mayor reaching out to residents in my district so they can be able to hear his vision and share their input as well. Additionally, I do have a couple of additional motions since we are technically still in the budget meeting all month long till we pass it. So my first motion will actually be a direction to the administration to explore what it might look like to purchase the UMC campus down at Kings Canyon and Cedar. I believe the County of Fresno recently put it on the market, so just taking a look at the price tag, what source of funding we might be able to utilize to acquire that property, and perhaps salvage a project that fell apart because of some unfortunate circumstances on the county side. Second motion be for $25,000 for parklet design in District 7. Parklet design. Parklet.
Parklet. So that's the commercial on the curb? Or are you talking about Pocket Park?
More of, well, we have a couple ideas in mind, so nothing definitive at this point, but I mean, simply for the design.
Okay, so $25,000 to design a
Parklet.
District 7.
Yeah.
Got it.
There a second for those motions?
Second it.
All right, then you go in the hopper, City Clerk. You got those motions. All right. That conclude your comments, Vice President?
For now, yes.
For now. All right. Actually, Mayor, do you have any reports or comments?
Thank you, Council President. Just a few items. Saturday we had a Beautify Fresno event with Nexstar Channel 2447 over at Chichansi. Good turnout that morning, and then had the opportunity Saturday to be up at Camp Fresno, and had about 100 volunteers up there, and worked feverishly on the camp, getting everything cleaned up, and launching Camp Fresno. I want to just say a special thanks to the staff, T.J. Miller, who's done incredible work, Aaron Aguirre, Francine Kane, and Matthew Grundy. They have worked tirelessly to make sure everything's good at the camp, as well as some other city staff. Just appreciate them so much. And so today, got to meet with the group this morning. They loaded on the charter bus. We had high school students that went up. We'll have 6 counselors up at the camp, and it's going to be a great time for them. They have a lot of activities planned. Had a charter bus. They'll be watching a movie on the way up. Air conditioning, all the food provided for these kids, and pretty exciting. When I got on the bus this morning, one of the young ladies who was sitting in the chair, there was air conditioning and a movie getting ready to play, and she said, "This is like heaven." And so those are the things I think that are most moving and important to all of us. And then Tuesday we launched One Fresno Zoo Tuesday. That means every Tuesday through August 15th, kids are going to be able to go to the Chaffee Zoo free as a result of a partnership that we have with Chaffee Zoo. We have 9,000 tickets that the One Fresno Foundation purchased. We're utilizing our youth organizations to identify those youth as well as their families, for people who have never had the experience to experience our world-class zoo in Fresno. So it's been a good week, and outside of the budget, it's been a good week. And so anyway, I just want to thank the council for your support on those initiatives.
All right,
Can I
thank you,
ask a
Mayor.
question?
Sure.
So how many kids, Mayor, are doing Camp Fresno? How many do you have going?
Was since it was a launch today, we kept the numbers down. I believe there's 32. Next week there will be middle school kids going, and that's really the group of kids that have applied the most. And so we'll have probably 60 next week, and then each of those middle, and then we have another one the following week. Will be about 60 middle school age kids as well. So the curriculum is designed for high school and middle school, but we're trying to keep them, divided up. So the vast majority of the kids that go to these camps this summer are going to be middle school.
And how long are they going to be staying up there?
So they'll be up there on these camps. There'll be 3 days and 2 nights. We have a medic on site, lifeguard, because the Dinky Creek runs right through there. They go through a testing before they get on the bus for COVID, and then there's a security. They go through they put their backpacks and everything through the belt downstairs, and had a little send off this morning. So very well organized by our folks, making sure that everything is taken care of.
Okay, and just one other thing. What kind of security do you have up at Camp Fresno to make sure everything's safe and for everyone?
Yeah, we also have a security there, a police officer that will be there as well for the campers.
Sure. How long has it been since it's been utilized like this?
Well, the camp's been closed the last 2 years for anybody, but to my knowledge, I'm not aware that it's ever been used for our local youth to this degree. Maybe there has been, I'm not sure. But most of the time we have been utilizing it or opening it up for outside campers, organizations, whether that's local organizations or out-of-town organizations. So we're still going to do some of that this summer, and that generates some revenue. And again, this will be the first time that we've done anything structured of this nature. We also have opportunities this summer. We're working through some school districts to make sure that they're a part of this. And then we also have working with Fresno United and Advance Peace and some others that will be taking some active or former gang members up there and even from opposing rival groups to experience that activity as well with those folks there.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mayor, I had a couple, since we're on the subject, a couple of questions. So, first, logistically speaking, how did you identify this first subset of students? Second question is interested, and this might be a question for the city manager. This is great. I mean, sounds great. I don't recall us making allocation, so just curious about the creativity you used in being able to fund this and put it together without bringing the council.
So on the first part, it was opened application, so people could apply online. And then we took any recommendations from organizations as well. We'll continue to do that. In fact, in the future, we may utilize more of our youth organizations to identify the ones interested. We've used either existing resources or the city manager's authority, and we're utilizing the One Fresno Foundation nonprofit to support that activity from a go-forward basis. So we've raised a little over $100,000 in the last week since launching it. I anticipate we're going to be able to raise about $1 million this year for the One Fresno Foundation, which covered the zoo tickets, $10,000, and we'll be covering most of those costs as we go forward. And then a lot of it was volunteer work. Quite frankly, people going up and working on the camps. But it is our camp. It's a camp that we utilize, and we've spent money on it over the years. But honestly, there's been a lot of deferred maintenance in that camp that needed to be addressed this year, and has been. and it's part of the parks, but part of the parks budget been built in for every single year.
That would seem to explain it. Thank you.
And what about, you said staffing right now, we're not using city staff, we're using volunteers that are covered by the foundation?
There's a combination. Francine, do you know how many staff are there?
This isn't working.
Yeah,
Oh, there we go.
it's on, Francine.
Okay. We do have some city staff up there. I'm not sure of the exact numbers, but we do have city staff that would normally be there when Camp Fresno is open, which is like a camp manager who spends the summer up there. It's a temporary employee that we usually hire. We have hired couples before to spend the summer up there when the camp is open to the public. So there is a camp manager. We do have kitchen staff, which we normally have when the camp is running also. We do have an organization, it's called CEC, that is providing the programming for these 3-day camps, and they are providing all the camp counselors.
So was that, those dollars for that staff, was that incorporated in the last budget? Because I don't remember it being incorporated in the parks budget, if we're in the fiscal year of, 21.
I'll have to check on that because I know that it's a park function, so I will check. Same with like the lifeguard is one of, it's the park.
Yeah, and I guess I'd be curious to also know, because I don't remember this from the parks budget presentation, how much have we allocated to have it
We can get
continue
you that
function?
information.
Perfect, thank you.
Yeah, I
And
do
then-
remember that conversation last year at Councilwoman Soria. I think the Brand administration started the process on that and cleaning up and getting stuff ready, but they just it never really materialized. But I do remember. But Francino, you'll get us those numbers.
Yes, I will. It was closed last year for the COVID reasons that we
Right.
could not open it. But the year before that, we had a water failure, and then they were using also portable restrooms and everything because of that, and so that has been repaired. We've also received donations for the camp. We've received donations of sleeping bags and backpacks for our campers, as well as hygiene kits, water bottles, so we've had a lot of support from the community.
All right, Mayor, does that conclude your comments?
Yes, thank you.
The City Manager, Esqueda?
Thank you for that. And so my update is, following up from yesterday, I want to thank the council for a very spirited discussion on the code enforcement resources. Thank you for that. At the conclusion of that discussion, a motion was made and seconded by Council President Chavez and Councilmember Carbasi for us to bring back a proposal for adding code enforcement resources to the administration. And so that is what I have in front of you. I've provided. It's a $3.5 million proposal. Part of it is Beautify Fresno. Right now, again, as we talked about the other day, Beautify Fresno as it exists today is 2 people, Mark Standriff and Jaime Sandoval, and then they coordinate the resources of our departments. And so what we're asking for is equipment to do the cleaning around the city, so loaders, claws, and trucks. Then the staff to manage that equipment and be out in the field, utility workers, senior sanitation operators, they'll drive the rear loaders, heavy equipment operators, they'll drive the claws. Part of the cleaning up program, this is just a national, how they do it nationally, part of it is a cleanup, part of it is education, and part of it is enforcement. So the program compliance officer, that'll be our enforcement piece where we will cite people for illegal dumping, not covering their rear loads. And then we'll have a community coordinator. That will be an individual that will be doing the education and outreach on we can't just have our trash leave out of your vehicles or out of your personal possession, and then a sanitation supervisor, which will manage all of that, manage that team. So that's the Beautify Fresno element: education, cleanup, outreach. That's the standard model across the country. On the housing and homeless side, we are proposing 7 community revitalization specialists, each one dedicated to each district. We'll have 2 senior community revitalization specialists that'll just kind of help us lead that effort and kind of coordinate those individuals, and then 1 housing program supervisor that'll oversee this whole program, and then that'll be with again, that would coordinate with the HART, and then they'll respond to the Fresno calls for service. They'll respond to council district calls for service, all related to homelessness in the community. Again, as we've talked about before, we want to prioritize the parks, the schools, and the neighborhoods, and just make sure that we have a safe, clean community with regard to the homeless. So I appreciate Council President Chavez and Councilmember Karbasi for offering us this opportunity, and look forward for the discussion. That's our update.
No more updates? That concludes our update?
Yeah, we had a full discussion this week, so hopefully everybody knows what we're thinking and what you guys are thinking. So
Well, I figured out what happened. What happened was I bought breakfast, lunch, and dinner for my colleagues, and so they had a lot of energy. So we're moving back to carrots and celery this week, the remainder of the week.
Question.
Oh, Councilmember Berthold?
So, City Manager, on the Housing and Homeless Division, so the 7 community revitalization specialists, so specifically, how do you envision their role? What exactly would they do?
So, as Councilmember Soria has talked about, getting access to the Fresco calls about Fresco, so they'll be responding first. They'll be the first ones to respond by district to these housing calls for service. You may, as a council member, get a call for service on a homeless issue. That'll be your point of contact. You will contact them. They'll be already looking at the Fresco, and then they'll go out and do the assessment of how big is this encampment issue or this homeless issue. Then they'll coordinate with the CART team, and then again, we look, as we've talked about before, that assessment will include, is there a criminal activity or something we need to deal with? Is there litter, trash, hygiene stuff we have to deal with? Let's get that addressed, and then they'll coordinate with us to get them into the housing, get them out of those communities. Again, we're not moving to other neighborhoods. We're going to move them into housing situations around as we engage them and encounter them.
Unless they refuse to go.
Yeah, unless they refuse. And this new model that the mayor has implemented with the outreach workers leading the effort, it seems to be working. So I agree with you that they may not all go, but we're getting a pretty good response.
I think the mayor said to me at one point it was 70% were going. That means 30% are not.
Right, exactly.
Okay.
76 right now.
76%.
Yeah. All right, and that would tie into the Beautify Fresno division where you have the sanitation operators and things of that sort, where if there is an encampment that you would be using
This is the group that would go.
Okay, thank you.
All right, Council, we will now move on to consent calendar. For the benefit of the public, item 1L was continued. I got a couple of texts from folks that just tuned in. So we will have items 1I, L, R, V, W, S, Q, and X that were pulled from consent for later discussion. But I'll open it up to the public now and folks that want to comment on consent items, unscheduled communication, and closed sessions, and get that part taken care of. So, Brianna, do we have any folks punched up? Who's the first speaker?
Council President, I just want to correct the record. 1L was tabled to the 24th, not for discussion.
1L, oh yeah, that's right. 1L was tabled to the 24th. Thank you for that.
Terry?
Good morning. Thank you. My name is Terry Hirschfeld, and I'm the superintendent principal at Orange Center School District. Thank you for your time today. I would like to express the district's opposition to continuing the Central Avenue project, and would like the council to vote to put a cease to all projects in the area and surrounding area until the environmental impact report is complete. The zoning has been agreed upon based on, also until the zoning has been agreed upon based on the South Central specific plan, and also until the rerouting analysis of trucking has been completed. As community members and as a school district, we have repeatedly stated that we should be notified in advance of any new industrial development that is coming into South Central community. This has not been done for this specific project. Community members and the district have also asked that there be a process that includes the community and the district, especially since all of these developments could potentially impact the health of the residents, students, employees, and the school community. The road widening project of Central Avenue is not for the benefit of the community, but for developers to allow for more heavy duty traffic. And as stated before, and that's stated in the staff report, the community has voiced that we do not want Central Avenue to be used as a main corridor for trucks and that they should be rerouted off of this road. We have stated that the city should complete its truck route study before more changes to the roads occur. And so at this time, we are asking that the council take a step back and make sure that all of these reports are done before any more projects are continuing, as this is very important and it does affect not just the projects today, but it affects the health and welfare of the residents and the school district, as well as the employees long term. So this will have long term effects on all of us who come here to this area every day. On a different note, I'd like to congratulate the city on making Camp Fresno and the free zoo opportunities available. I would like to request that someone from the city reach out to me to discuss how Orange Center students are able to benefit from the programs. We would like to partner with the city to give information to our families on how they could benefit from these programs, as online applications are not optimal for our families, and we have not received any information as to how Orange Center students can participate in these activities, but we would love to partner with the city to get that information out so that our students have the opportunity to apply to attend to these camps or to get tickets to the free Zoo Tuesdays. Thank you for your time. I appreciate it, and have a great day.
Thank you. Next speaker is Ms. Lisa Flores. Ms. Flores, we'll have 3 minutes.
Well, good morning. It's a lovely day in Fresno, and it's a very lovely day at the Flores household. I want to concur with the previous speaker in regards to the project that is going to be discussed. I think it is very behooving on you guys to wait till the truck reroute study is completed. As a steering committee member of the AB 617 steering committee, community steering committee, this truck reroute study is going to be very innovative and something totally new to the city of Fresno, because it will have a health component to it. It will have the health data of what the community looks like as far as their health issues and concerns, longevity impact, and pollution impact on the community. And I think that the city needs to take that into account as you move forward in any sort of development in that area. So I think that this report is very, very important, and it would be somewhat negligent if you continued down the road without waiting for this one report and this one, the element of the health aspects. You know, you really need to look at that before you can make a serious decision. And I thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next up will be Ms. Ivanka Saunders. Ms. Saunders, you'll have 3 minutes.
Good morning. This is Ivanka Saunders, Policy Advocate with Leadership Council for Justice and Accountability. Thank you for pausing to review the Central Avenue Road expansion. For the record, we oppose any actions of approval for the Central Avenue Improvements Project, including the finding of categorical exemptions pursuant to the California Environmental Quality Act guidelines, the interfund loan agreement for $1.8 million, and the award of construction contract. We have submitted for your review a comment letter explaining in detail why we're urging you to deny this project. The city failed to consult South Central Fresno residents regarding this project, continuing a long legacy of excluding South Fresno residents from land use and investment decisions, which will directly impact their quality of life. Approval of this project would exacerbate already severe environmental burdens on these residents, disregard ongoing planning processes, and conflict with the city's South Central Community Alliance settlement. The settlement agreement entered into between the city and the South Fresno Community Alliance in March of this year requires the city to consider alternate truck routes with adequate roadway infrastructure to accommodate additional traffic, including considering redirecting truck routes away from East Central Avenue. This project reflects bad faith by the city with respect to its commitment to implementing this agreement, which aims to mitigate the impacts of the Amazon warehouse expansion due to the city's failure to do so through project-level environmental review pursuant to CEQA. By approving a nearly $2 million investment in widening Central Avenue while the truck rerouting study is ongoing, this city would entrench existing truck routes along Central and undermine the integrity of its own planning process. Furthermore, the city's use of CEQA guidelines class 1, 2, and 4 categorical exemptions to evade environmental review of the project blatantly violates CEQA, leaves South Central residents vulnerable to further environmental degradation as a result of the project, and conflicts with fair housing and civil rights. CEQA is designed to provide long-term protection to the environment. It specifies very narrow categorical exemptions from the statute for certain minor projects that do not have a significant effect on the environment. This project is not a minor alteration that negligibly changes Central Avenue. It is not a replacement or reconstruction of existing structures and facilities, nor is it a minor public or private alteration. This project involves significantly expanding Central Avenue, which will substantially increase heavy-duty truck traffic and other vehicular impacts on the surrounding community. The city must not approve this project as proposed. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is Ms. Brandy News Villegas. Ms. Villegas, you'll have 3 minutes.
Okay. I want to thank you guys for the city and mentioning about the cooling centers. I ask that in addition to expanding these in all neighborhoods within walking distance, that you make them accessible to the homeless by providing storage for belongings, earlier and later hours, ability to have pets, and alternatives in other places where they can't get to it, like water machines. I want to continue addressing the budget because I want real change. Dyer said that he's committed to 100% committed to ending homelessness by 2024, and that I would love to see it happen, but that needs to come from listening to our homeless, which I'm stating, and to working with them and being client-centered, moving away from optics. I ask that you, again, that you put on the budget way to hear the homeless in all parts of this project and have regular assessments by a third-party person in all these programs, including the mayor, including the motels. I question his statement that people are all leaving the motels adequately served. There aren't enough resources in place to ensure that hundreds of people in a motel have the casework they need. And we need to also make sure that those who don't fall through the cracks while we are waiting for housing to be available for them. We have lots of cases on this. Many of the approaches, including that community revitalization specialist, are seeing the homeless not as constituents who are capable of speaking up to what could help, but as problems and projects that need to be fixed based on public perception. Arias mentioned that Project Off-Ramps took the visual issues of those driving, but not on the other side of the fence. Project Off-Ramps is problematic for a lot of our street family. And Brettafield, you mentioned the 30%. Because there is no evaluation, you don't realize that some of them declined because of miscommunications, because not trusting that they will go to motel, and because a lot of them felt that the area Motel Drive was not safe. And then also there was some that were missed that weren't there during the outreaches. And for most homeless, it did nothing for them but prevent them from being helped once the motels are open. And I demand again that you make the shelters accessible to everyone, because we're having trouble finding shelter for them and we are losing track of people while we're doing so. I also want to bring up that the Homeless Task Force is currently continuing to displace unsheltered people in the city, and we demand it stops. Dyer both said that the displacement is ineffective, but also said in the budget that it has been remarkably effective in reducing encampments, which is untrue, and we need to reject that because it justifies things like this. And he also claimed that they never intend to displace people from the city to the county, but it would be negligent to not realize that they're going there because they were being harassed and need a safe place. I thank you, Saria, that you mentioned that the problem with the 3% people taking services, which is false, but it also created a public perception that people don't want help, and that does not hurt. We need to change how you guys approach the community. Instead, I ask that you humbly look at what needs to be improved rather than what makes the city look good. I ask for more and greater financial investments that meet the needs, including having shelters and places like MAPS throughout the city.
Thank you, Ms. Villegas.
And that and ensure that the tears that are in the net of continuing care are fixed. Thank you.
Next up, our last speaker is Ms. Des Martinez. Ms. Martinez, you'll have 3 minutes.
Hello, and thank you for allowing me to speak. I just wanted to say that I feel and I believe that the HEART team is what we have already. It's called HTF, Homeless Task Force. They're a group of officers that address homelessness and work alongside organizations such as the POV Outreach Team, Kingsview, and others to find resources and/or shelter space. They already clean up encampments, or should I say displace homeless individuals off city property. They say the meaning of insanity is doing the same thing over and over again and expecting a different result. Well, having the heart team is insanity. We have went many months in meetings discussing this situation, and we all came up with cahoots. I don't understand why we had these meetings if it doesn't mean anything in the end. Cahoots provide support for police departments personnel by taking on many social service type calls for service that include crisis counseling. Cahoots also personally provides initial contact and transportation for people that are intoxicated, mentally ill, or disorientated, as well as transportation for necessary non-emergency medical cares. Cahoots uses EMT, social workers, mental health workers. They do not bring out the police unless they are needed. Cahoots diverts 5 to 8% of calls from the police department. If not for Cahoots, an officer would be dispatched to handle the situation. Some of the Cahoots calls are a joint response, or Cahoots is summoned to a police or fire call after it is determined their services are much better than matched to resolve the situation. Cahoots remains a primary responder for many calls, providing the value that's needed for the resources in the community. Cahoots, Crisis Assistance Helping Out on the Streets, is a mobile crisis intervention program staffed by Whitebird Clinic out of Eugene, Oregon, and the city uses their vehicles for this outreach team. They have been in the community for 31 years, and they have never had any of their outreach teams attacked or be too scared to go into a homeless encampment. So if we are involving outreach workers that are afraid to go into these homeless encampments, and that's why we're using the officers to assist them while approaching an outreach team, why are they out there? If you're a social worker, you shouldn't be afraid to go into an encampment without an officer. I don't not say to go in there at night, but during the day, that's what we want to get away from, you guys, is having the police address us and having them dressed in their black cargo pants and their black boots with their bulletproof vests underneath of a polo shirt, driving a police vehicle to these encampments is not what we spoke about. It's not what we fought for. We fought for Cahoots, and this is the best way that we can save some of the city a lot of money by not utilizing the police department to address the homelessness. We need the police department to address the criminal activities that are happening, like H Street. We've had 2 attempted murders on H Street, and the only investigators that are coming down is for the warehouse fire. I am totally just blown away by this, the city of Fresno. 2 attempted murders in 3 weeks. And the only investigators and police coming down are for a freaking building fire. What is going on? Why are we not?
Thank you,
fighting
Ms.
the crime?
Martinez. If you could wrap up.
They're pushing everybody to Poverello House, and they're coming to H Street. You guys, we're overwhelmed. I'm not going to leave there. I'm going to continue to fight. And we need to clean up the sanitation and use code enforcement for properties that people were removed from, and the species and the urine is still there.
Thank you, Ms. Martinez. Thank you. Thank you for that. And I think you have to change your batteries on your smoke detector in the back. Just want to be safe. So that concludes our public comment portion of the council meeting for this consent piece.
Motion to approve consent calendar?
Motion to approve by Councilwoman Soria.
Second.
All right, second by Vice President Esparza. And City Clerk, will you register that recusal for myself on 1R? 1R, yes. All right. With that, any opposition? Seeing none, motion carries. All right, let's take up these contested consent items. First up will be item 1I, and that was pulled by Councilmember Bredefeld.
Yeah, I like Councilman Esparza. The reason why I pulled it, looking at how these are divvied up again, Scott, we're back to the same place again for District 6. They're on the bottom rung. I see District 7 is as well. However, if you add in District 7 with some of the other combinations, it moves it right up. But District 6 has no other combinations, and so we're at the bottom again. Now, it's SB1 funding. Everybody pays the gas tax money. Certainly my constituents are paying it. So how are you determining where this goes, and why is it always that District 6 is left behind or in last place?
All right. Good morning. Good morning, Council. Scott Mosier, Public Works Department. Methodology-wise, let me just go through a few things. One is overall, the needs are so much greater than the dollars that are available. And literally, we could take this entire allocation, select any one council district and spend all the dollars there and not have any bad candidates. And we could do that for a number of years and stay in any one council district, put the whole 10 million there. We would not run out of things to do. So that's overall summary. Also, staff does take a citywide approach. We only check the council districts really as a second step and to ensure so we don't start off. Certainly there could be a different policy direction if there were a desire to start. At one time there was an approach of council to say take dollars and divide it by 7. And essentially treat it as 7 different cities and 7 different buckets and start prioritizing. That's not how we've approached it. Second approach is, you'll note, council, there are traffic signal improvements on the list, safety, some school-oriented, and those are, there's a citywide ranking list, and so we have those on the list. So what we've done is in terms of paving and concrete repairs, we have prioritized those. It's not, in any way that we slice it, I'm concerned there may be some displeasure. I don't know if there's a perfect way that would be completely satisfactory, but that is the approach that we've taken. We do have a pavement condition index that we look at. We look at the best value, best investment for the dollar. Certainly there are streets that are the very worst in the city, and some of those could be $2-3 million projects, and they're not going to yield our best pavement conditions citywide. So we're really trying to catch projects if they're paving as much as possible when they can be a more cost-effective, simple grind and overlay versus reconstructing everything. We use Fresco, constituent complaints, severity of potential trip and fall issues, tree damage, sidewalk raises. But I do want to commend all the council district offices that we're not hearing of any bad project proposals. We concur when we are contacted by council support staff, as far as degraded pavements, sidewalk issues, that none of your offices are proposing bad projects. The needs are very significant. And certainly this is the revenue that we have. So if there were a desire to add anything, we would have to figure out something that comes off the list in exchange.
Well, let me say, I mean, I have a faith in you, Scott, and a trust in what you're doing, but I'm going to ask you, as city manager, again, in the issue of being fair to all districts, we talked about this with all the projects, and you're going to take a look at how you can do this and maybe change the formula, tweak the formula, so some districts aren't left behind in terms of funding. I would ask the same thing with this SB1. We pay a lot of taxes out in my area, and it doesn't feel fair that they get left behind and seem to be on the last spot every time. And again, I understand the needs in other districts, and I support them all the time. But I also don't want to see, my district left behind. And so is there some way that with this SB1 funding, we can also tweak the formula in addition to the formula that Scott has to use to make it somewhat more fair?
Yeah, so Scott, you and I talked about that prior, that got to have the list approved by council to get the money. And then we talked about the ability to, after the approval process, to just revisit the projects. And that next year, when we give the report to the state on how we spent the money, the report we submit could be markedly different than what they approved today, that would be an allowable process.
That's correct. And just to add, we have double-checked research. So in addition to what our city manager has shared, if, for example, if the council did not adopt a list by June 30th and instead adopted a list in July, that's still permissible. The city would not lose funding, but the state would delay in sending us the dollars. If that were adopted in July, we could make that work. Next week, June 24th, is certainly an option. I would love to hear specific concerns, feedback, and go from there. But we are trying to be responsive to constituent needs and address things, again, through Fresco and just issues that our staff is observing. Throughout
And I'd
the
hate to get you
community.
into a trust me, I hate to do that, but if we could adopt the list and trust me and Scott to then meet with you guys and say, here's an allocation methodology we can look at. Because we don't have to, just because we adopt the list doesn't mean we have to start spending it the next day. We can go ahead and start revisiting that list.
So I'm not sure what you're saying. So adopt the list and then you.
And really what you're adopting is the funding, right? At that point, Scott, you're adopting the $10 million to tell the state, give us $10 million.
Just again to clarify, so the state of California requires that a city or county, so the council adopt a list by resolution. However, the state does not then say you must spend the funding on only these projects. The state says during the fiscal year you must spend the funding on eligible projects. So, for example, if council mid-year, says I'm going to defund this project, we want to do this other project instead, we are not required as a city to adopt a new resolution for that. It's simply through the budget process. Whatever is approved in the budget and we actually build and deliver at the end of the fiscal year, we report that to the state. So the California Transportation Commission gives cities and counties flexibility to use funding consistent with
Okay, I understand that, but the reality is, we're not going to have one project in here defunded to fund something else in another district once this is approved. So what I'm asking you is, are you going to look at changing the way you do this?
Totally.
So we don't have every year, I'm going to be saying, we're behind again.
Totally. I agree. And that was one of the intentions of me having the budget put together this year to show parks by district, streets by district, water, so I could see how are we allocating these dollars. And the discussion we're having now is exactly the discussion I thought we would have. And so now we need to get into the process of how do we want to equitably allocate these dollars across the
Okay,
district
because
based
once
on
we
need.
adopt this, we're not going to, there's not going to be a project in District 4, for example, that's going to be defunded to fund something in District 6 once this is adopted. It's not going to happen. So.
I want to just clarify. It can happen. Just the idea
Of course
of
it
that
can
we would.
happen,
Yeah. Okay. I just
but
want
it's
to clarify.
not going to happen.
It's not going to happen, Councilmember.
No, and nor would I ask for it to be defunded. So that's my point. Once you bring this to the council, it ought to be something that's fair to everybody, so we can just adopt it and move on. But it is not.
Correct.
And so the issue is, how is this going to change? And I'm not sure you're answering that. Are you going to change something?
So there's two ways to look at it. My thought was that we would adopt the dollars and go through the process immediately to reallocate, but I'm hearing you that, that ain't gonna happen.
That ain't gonna happen, no.
Yeah, so the other idea then is to adopt the budget, let's move forward, and we still start at the same time. Let's figure out how we're gonna allocate dollars going forward from here on in the city on these capital projects. And we would just start that process. And that might be the motion or the direction.
Tommy,
you would take.
it doesn't sound like anything's going to be different.
Oh, no, it will be different. It will be different.
How?
Councilmember Bredefeld, maybe I can shed some light into this. If you recall, last year or the year before, there was a press conference, and
Yes, I
myself, a
recall.
couple of my colleagues
Yeah.
went out there. The premise of that press conference was obviously to highlight the need, and I get this question all the time, and I think this will kind of be a little bit more clear. Why do certain parts of the city look different than other parts of the city, right? A lot of us represent neighborhoods that are over 100 years old, right? We have neighborhoods, and I also represent neighborhoods that look like your neighborhoods over on Sunnyside area. Brand new developments have CFD, brand new streets, very little maintenance, but we also have parts of the city that are literally crumbling, right? They don't have.
But I want to just preface something. The way you frame that look like my district, like the streets are lined with gold and rainbows.
They're
We
not.
have older neighborhoods.
You absolutely do.
The
And that-
streets are
and-
40
and
years
that's
old.
my point. And that's my point. And so yesterday, I specifically referenced a project that occurred in District 6, where there was an incident, there was a loss of life, sadly. The city invested over $10 million in that area when we have needs across the city. So to highlight the point that the city manager and staff is doing, and I know they're trying to, kind of do that, and I think you understand what conversation we're having here is There are a lot of needs. We're not going to be able to satisfy the needs. I think over $1 billion in needs across the city. And the conversation that's happening out here, and I think people are more than happy to have that, is the conversation you want to have. What is the actual formula? The formula is we have needs across the city, but at the end of the day, this council, by way of majority, is going to vote how the priorities are allocated, all of them, because they're all needy, right? You have, and you do have needs. I've seen some of the neighborhoods up there. You have very deteriorated streets too, and I think that's the opportunity that you're asking for. How do you actually bring that forward and make the case? We have that conversation every year during the budget, but I don't think there is a clear formula, and I think that's what staff's maybe not communicating clearly. The formula is there's needs across the city, but at the end of the day, this body collectively, negotiates out here and decides which ones get funded. That's the truth. I mean, I hope you can appreciate that.
I appreciate that. This isn't the first day I'm here, and so I do understand that, but I also understand that District 6, when it comes to some of these funding needs, gets left behind consistently. We pointed it out with your projects blatantly, egregiously, with traffic improvement where we're getting 100,000 while other districts are getting $11 million. And so, I'm all for understanding exactly what Council President is saying. And I've been supportive now, and I was supportive of that 20 years ago. And I'm going to be supportive of it tomorrow, understanding the needs. But I cannot continue to watch as District 6, which spends a lot of tax dollars and gives it to the city, doesn't get some kind of fairness in terms of a return on their investment. And that's why I'm here. And so this is not acceptable to me. And I hear, from my perspective, a lot of double talk about how we're going to do formulas, but when I try to drill down in it, I don't hear really what's going to be different.
So there's ways we can do the form. So let me give you some examples. I've seen models done all across the country. So one model would be 50% of the money gets divided by 7, and 50% of the money gets divided based on age, length, pavement condition, or you do 30% by this, and 20% is based on age. Who has the most miles? We can do it on miles of road. We can do it on age. So there's a lot of different criteria we can do to allocate this money so we can get it to the places it needs to be. It's just we can run those models, show you how they look, and then that'll be the basis upon which we could move forward with these things. But there's a lot of different ways to do it, and I've done it. We just need to show those to you and let you guys
I'm
look
just
at
saying,
them.
this is not working. So I don't know where we're going to get a different model. I hope we don't, we're not doing this year after year.
I don't either, which is why I said, hey, let's show the data by district, because I wanted to see what it looked like.
City Manager, why don't you do that? Why don't you draft some options for council to look at? But keep in mind that we did actually have a policy discussion.
That's what I'm hearing. Actually, I got to go get
and
your
so I think
you
it'd
guys
be
did a
helpful to,
resolution or
maybe the
something.
city clerk can get them a copy of that SB1 conversation that we had a little over a year ago, and what the body voted for, and incorporate what you're hearing today out here and see what we can come up with.
Easy.
Councilmember Carbasi, you punched up.
Sure. Rather than this spiraling out of control, let's just talk about SB1 specifically. We have an overall much larger budget based on need. There's indexes to calculate exactly where the money needs to go. But like so many other things, people that pay a tax should be able to benefit from it. People in District 6 pay taxes, District 7 pay taxes as well. So maybe the easiest thing only with this pool of money is just divide it by 7. If you take this 10.3 million and divide it by 7, that's 1.476 million per district. So District 4 would get more money, District 6 would get more money, and District 7 would get more money. That might be the most objective way. Now, in your wheelhouse, Scott, you're going to look based on age and overall benefit. I totally understand that, and that's the more scientific way I look at it. But just for SB1, instead of creating a food fight, let's just do it across the board, 1/7 each district, try to prioritize. That might be the simplest, fairest, easiest way to do it. And just so people aren't concerned, that North Fresno, north of Shaw, only gets 25%. 75% is invested south of Shaw. So I think that's beyond fair.
So, on the contrary to Councilmember Bredefield's comments, I mean, he said that there won't be a reallocation. I do expect an allocation, and I'm motioning to table this item. Yeah, there's 13 days till June 30th. I'll call you a special meeting if I have to. But I don't know how many times we have to have this conversation. And Scott, I mean, I'm not, not here to rip into you necessarily. You're a bureaucrat. You're a damn good, effective one. I mean that in a nice way, right? Amongst when I call our city staff that.
He's a public servant.
That's more appropriate.
I'm a policy wonk, so to me, a bureaucrat is a term of endearment, not of insult. So I turn to the leaders, right, and I see the mayor's here, city manager's here. We have District 7, probably the greatest need for infrastructure in the entire city, maybe tied with D3, possibly, who knows. You take a look at SB1, a gas tax, it's a regressive tax. My residents probably pay the largest share of their income in that tax, and we're getting the smallest share of this current allocation. So to me, that's unacceptable. I do expect the administration to take this back and bring it back to us within 13 days at some point with a more equitable allocation.
And just to provide a little correction, when we take the share of the multi-district, we do have a Fresno Street, District 3 and 7 combination, Moroa Shields, 2-district. I just stand corrected. I believe District 6 is the lowest. When we add that up, and District 7 would be at the second position. That hasn't been the case.
You're technically correct, but still wildly misaligned with the vast needs within the district in the grand scheme of the city. And again, based on the proportion of the tax that my residents pay out of their very low incomes. So I'll motion to table this so that the administration has their direction. We do intend to pass this by June 30th. And if it takes us a 10-minute special meeting on Tuesday, June 30th, or Monday the 29th, that's completely fine. And Scott, as we had emailed and discussed at the budget hearing, I would like a meeting tomorrow. Maybe we can dig into this a little more as well as into the larger scope. But and not just with respect to public works, right? We take a look at the mayor's budget. D7 was last in the parks capital improvement, DPU capital improvement. I forget exactly where it ranked in public works, but I mean, it's just a recurring theme, and it's not acceptable. So.
All right, motion was made by Vice President Esparza to table and bring it back next week, right, before the July deadline?
Council President?
Yes.
May I chime in?
Sure.
Just wanted to remind folks that this is gas tax, SB1, and folks like myself and others with more means that have hybrid cars and electric cars tend to spend a lot less and pay less into a gas tax system. And folks with less means that have to travel longer and have older vehicles pay more. And that's just a gas tax as it's designed. And secondly, historically, we have done a lot of the budgeting in this dais, splitting things equally across 7 districts. Our infrastructure budgets are exactly the same. Our operation budgets are exactly the same for council offices. Although I get 3-4 times more calls and have 10 times more broken sidewalks and more encampments and more need, our operational budgets are all equal. I have a lot more broken streets, and my infrastructure budget exactly the same as my colleagues. So we've done equal on the respective budgets, operational infrastructure. And when we had this debate 2 years ago, I remember now Supervisor Steve Brandau publicly stating that asking for broken roads in South Fresno to be fixed was reparations for slavery. Because in his view, everything should be divided equally.
Why would you bring that up again? Why would you bring up something so negative
member,
again?
I have the floor.
Councilmember Carbasi, let him speak.
Well, hate
You
speech
can,
is
you can chime in
inappropriate, okay.
afterwards, if you want, but let's maintain decorum.
So we had that robust debate. It was a very difficult conversation. The council passed a policy, and we are all equally frustrated. I was frustrated that when we did the breakdown of projects for infrastructure, the city put in $33 million of the TCC funds to demonstrate that there was an investment in that district, when that's all state investment. It's supposed to supplement. We are asked to rely on CDBG, and CDBG gets split up across the city also, except for the part of the city that isn't eligible for it. So I just want to caution us with this equal. We all pay equal. 1 acre of a parcel in my district has 500 to 1,000 people living on it. That acre pays far more property taxes than an acre that has a few homes up there in any other part of the city. So my district houses thousands of jobs in distribution centers. We take the burden of the traffic congestion, the pollution, and the broken infrastructure in order to do our part. My district is basically housing every homeless resident in the city in the motels in my district. I house the pedophiles too in the motels. So if we're going to be asked to step up and do our part for the not so great amenities and responsibilities that we have as a city, then we should also expect an investment above simply splitting the pie 7 ways. And the last point I would make, Council, is we put Scott, and a bureaucrat for me is an endearing title too, because you are a professional public servant and you continue to impress me with the quality of work that you do. But in your budget, in your proposed budget this year, we only gave you $200,000 more in general fund. We all trip over ourselves to give more money for public safety, add dozens of positions for the police department, add dozens of positions for, we just got a request of 32 new positions for Beautify Fresno and to deal with homeless, right?
It's 20.
I count 32, but my point is, we just spent 3 days in budget motions, and I didn't hear anybody say Scott Mosier, Public Works, should have $10 million more of general fund because there's way more needs in the world of public works across the city. So I'm open to giving Scott Mosier more money from the general fund and making sure that Member Bredefield and Member Sparza have a lot more of their needs met. Because when I go up north, I go through First Street, and I can tell you how broken it is because I have to replace my motor mounts and my axles already. When I go to District 2, I can tell you what part of Shaw was not fixed, and it should have been all fixed. Same thing for Herndon. So we all have shared responsibility, but we should also be willing to invest in public works if we want better, public work conditions in our city.
Mr. President.
Councilmember Carbasi.
Okay, I appreciate the tail end of that. So let's give the full picture. I'm talking about TCC, no, it's not TCC, excuse me. I'm talking about SB1 only. I'm trying to do it so we can find a way to avoid a food fight that I think is going to happen anyways, unfortunately. We talk about increasing the budget for public safety, or public works, or Beautify Fresno. You think North Fresno is the only community getting the benefit of that? That's completely inaccurate. Who do you think has the most calls for service? Even the fire department. The fire chief was here and specified we spent all this money on the fire department. Our response times are lower than other parts of town because the demand is there. So we are demand driven. Looking at the data, a big chunk of our public works budget is going to South Fresno because that's where the need is. Perfectly fine, I'm not complaining about that. The problem is that when we engage in this rhetoric and we start going down this path, that's when you'll get inflammatory statements which are inappropriate or problems. I'm asking for an equitable solution, but the definition of equity for some people is greed. What I'm asking for with this specific fund, everyone pays the gas tax. So let's find a way to just make it really simple. If you don't want to do that, you want to go down that route, that's fine. Councilmember Soria and I got about an equal share of this entire $10 million. We got about 14–15%. Other districts didn't, and they have a right to complain about that. But some districts got more. So maybe that's the concern. But I think that if there's going to be a change in the allocation, I'd rather do that out here in public where the people can watch because it's going to be taken away from someone else. And where's that going to come from? And I think we should talk about that. The last thing I want to say on this is, Scott, you do a great job. You're a professional, hard worker. I appreciate it. It's not an easy job, but your staff is very responsive. So whatever term you want, thank you for what you do.
Thank you. Council President?
Yes.
Just one quick clarification. SB1, it has gas tax, there's the diesel, and there's also a vehicle license fee component. So remembering back, some of us may recall when our first DMV vehicle registration came in after SB1 was adopted, and we saw that went up. So anyone who owns a car they're also paying increase into SB1 through vehicle license fee.
Councilmember Maxwell, you're punched up.
Good morning, Director Mosier. I want to start off just by saying I appreciate the fact that, early on when I started, I think February, we first met and went over this list together as far as District 4 projects and gave me an opportunity to provide input. I don't know if that was the case with the other council districts. If not, probably needs to be institutionalized that we have these meetings about potential SB1 projects ahead of the budget meeting. But I do appreciate the fact that you took the time, I think, to meet with me not once, but twice about these specific projects. I think it was in February, Director Mosier, you presented council with a presentation highlighting the deferred maintenance with different public works projects citywide. I think we talked about the deferred maintenance in sidewalks, we talked about deferred maintenance in asphalt, street repairs, I think maybe even trees. Do you have that broken down by council district, an estimate to the deferred maintenance by different public works projects, whether streets, sidewalks, trees, et cetera?
Council, as far as the estimate, we have an old deferred maintenance number we've been projecting forward, and that's really why this year we have the firm, we have NCE, they're about 70% complete, who's doing a complete citywide reassessment. We are long overdue, and then by the end of the calendar year, we'll present that to council pavement.
Will that be broken
conditions.
down by council district, Director?
That will be broken down by district and by neighborhood,
I think that would be
essentially by
useful.
half mile square. So that will really help tell that story. In terms
I
of
agree.
sidewalks, we do not have a complete assessment citywide. We only have assessments of neighborhoods we've evaluated and estimated. We focus staff resources on making the repairs and only looking at those where we have calls, where we've investigated. So we've essentially extrapolated a number based upon the neighborhoods we've reviewed in detail and estimated, and then looking at how many sidewalks, neighborhoods we have. That's where we get to our 200 million on sidewalk repairs.
And that's
that are
not just
outstanding.
residential neighborhood, that includes commercial neighborhood, industrial neighborhoods as well?
That is almost exclusively residential neighborhoods.
Okay.
Reason being, the way that the municipal code and state law read for commercial developments, basically if the tree is behind the sidewalk, that's a private tree, and if that private tree damages the sidewalk, it's the property owner's obligation to repair. Versus in residential, 99% of the time that damage is related to the tree in the park strip, which by our code becomes a city obligation.
I
So
think
yes.
that report will be useful in shedding a lot of light on, what the state of the city is by district. I guess my concern is, some of the heavier industrial areas in my district are some of the ones that have the worst streets and the worst sidewalks, the most deferred maintenance. And so I don't know if it'll paint the full picture, but I look forward to seeing those results. And you said sometime expected late this calendar year, Director Mosier?
Yes.
Appreciate
And our
that.
consultant is scoped not only to provide that report to staff for our electronic asset management system, but also to prepare a public presentation and have that full report available. It will be very similar to, I know one time Councilmember Carbasi was sitting on the COG board for the mayor and received a presentation from that same firm who had done that same study for about 7 of the small cities in the county. So it'll be very similar format.
Thank you, Director.
Thank you, Director. Councilwoman, sorry, before we do that, I'm going to second Councilwoman Vice President Esparza's motion to table it and bring it back before that deadline. But Councilwoman Soria?
Thank you, Council President, and thank you, Scott, for the presentation. I understand the concerns that are being highlighted by Councilmember Esparza and Councilmember Bredefeld. I do believe, as was previously mentioned, this council, I think with the exception of maybe Councilmember Maxwell, did vote on a policy 2 years ago where we would begin to change the way that we essentially invest in neighborhoods. Historically, and I've been here 7 years now, and so historically what we did is to appease everyone, we shared everything equally. And what we saw is that areas like mine and a couple other, districts that have the greatest need weren't getting an equitable amount of investment happening. And so what I also want to remind folks that obviously SB1 is one component of funding. When we look at the public works projects and the funds that are allocated like through this year's budget, while it may look like certain districts have more, for some of those projects, it's carryover money. It's taken years to cobble up dollars to do those specific projects. I would encourage Councilmember Bredefeld and Councilmember Esparza as well to meet on a regular basis with Public Works. That's what my office has been doing from day one, and ensure that they know which ones are your priority. You're the one that drives the district. You're the one that knows exactly where you're getting the majority of phone calls from. I know that that's some of the work that we do every single year with the public works staff to not just let them know, but also get estimates so that we know every year where those projects will fit given the limited amount of funding that we have. And I would also support an increase in the public works budget, because I think that's the bread and butter of what our constituents appreciate in terms of infrastructure, immediate projects that will make a difference in our neighborhoods. And so I would be willing to support a motion to make sure that we increase that budget allocation from our general fund to ensure that it's not just a one-time, but that it is a reoccurring investment that is happening every single year, so that folks don't feel like there are not enough resources. And there will never be enough resources, I'm sure, just because we're over 121 square miles. So as we're thinking also of, in making decisions in terms of how we're going to allow our city to grow, remember that as we continue to allow growth to happen in the fringes, you're going to continue to leave your neighborhoods behind, because now we will add more miles of streets, of sidewalks, and all of those other key services that the neighbors and residents that live in the inner city have received and will receive less, because we're growing and growing. So be mindful of those decisions so that later on when we're having these discussions again, you know that our resources are just being stretched more and more.
Councilwoman Soria, unless those neighborhoods are able to pay for it themselves. And I think that's something that some of us are working on. How do we actually quantify those neighborhoods so they can pay for that ongoing maintenance?
And that's what I tried to do, especially when we saw a development of 88 acres come before this. That's why I was not comfortable allowing it to get support without making sure that these developments are paying for themselves.
Yep.
Because that's what's important, because we're shortchanging all our other residents that have been faithful to staying in the inner city.
Councilmember Soria, you hit the nail on the head. And I think the hope is that as we with Melrose District or other districts, that we create or enhance CFDs, we can build, and those neighborhoods will pay for the maintenance and free up the current public works budget to pay for existing neighborhoods, but the property tax we generate and sales tax we generate, which I know is important to you as well, that will go back and help kind of backfill some of the older neighborhoods that have been left behind. Thank you. You're absolutely right. Thank you.
Councilmember Bredefeld, want to close
Yeah, I
us
just
off?
want to say, the issue isn't about making Public Works or Scott aware of our projects, because I think Scott is fully aware of all of the needs of our projects. It's an issue of how dollars get allocated. I think Scott knows every one of our districts and where the problem areas are, and which is a 10 versus which is a 3. It's an issue of how the dollars get allocated. And so the allocation formula, the allocation decisions, that's probably what has to change in order to have a greater fairness. And again, I listened to Councilmember Arias. Everything he said was accurate in terms of his district and the challenges that district has. They're immense. And so I'm aware of that. I'm sensitive to that. I've supported that district and him in his efforts to get the district cleaned up and deal with a lot of the criminal elements he has to deal with. But at the same time, and while it is a regressive tax, there are plenty of tax dollars that are coming out of the district that I represent, and it's simply not fair that they also don't receive the same level, and not even the same level, but, you know, a better level of service in terms of what they should get on their return for the tax dollars they send.
Thank you for that. So a motion was made by Vice President Esparza, seconded by myself to continue item and bring it back before that deadline. Any opposition?
Can I ask a question, clarifying question? So I'm hearing that 2 years ago, you guys had this discussion and some policy was adopted.
Yeah, the city clerk's going to get you a copy of that
So,
policy.
Should we follow the policy, or should we come up with something different?
Well, the council voted, so I think the policy's
Okay,
in there.
good.
But I
That's-
think
that
but
makes
I-
it easy. That
Yeah,
makes it
but I
easy.
think you spoke about incorporating or bringing some options for the council. I think I'm interested in seeing what those options would
Okay,
be.
so I will follow the policy to start, and then we'll come back and give you some other ideas.
Council President,
Yeah.
can I make a budget motion to add $5 million of general fund dollars to the Public Works budget to help close some of these gaps on the SB1 list?
Second.
All right, motion was made, seconded by Councilmember Maxwell. You got that, City Clerk?
Council
Right,
Council
yes.
President, just real quick, I was just, you know, we do have $170 million coming with the American Rescue Plan, and I do know there is criteria that allows for infrastructure, especially when you're replacing water and sewer and then repaving the streets, sidewalks, gutters along with that. And, you know, some point in the near future, I'd love to have that discussion, but I'd be willing, you know, to allocate a third of that, you know, to infrastructure. I know we have a lot of needs, but based on what I'm hearing from the council and based on what I've seen in the neighborhoods, I can't think of a greater need, quite frankly, for those one-time dollars to be utilized. So I'd like to have that discussion with each of you to see if maybe we do take a third of that over the next 2 years, that $56 million that we can put into neighborhoods. So
I think, Mayor, from my perspective, we should be looking at 2/3 of that money going to infrastructure.
that could be. We need that discussion. I'm just saying a minimum of a third, and maybe it's a half. You know, whatever we decide collectively. But it could be $85 million if it's half. That's a lot of money. So we need to have those discussions, and then after all the motions are looked at, because I know there was quite a bit of money put in there, we're going to probably need to defer some of that to American Rescue Plan. So, you know, whatever it is, I just think we're very fortunate we have those dollars.
Mayor, I'll add, I would be supportive of ensuring that we increase the money for infrastructure from the American Rescue Plan, but I'm also interested in seeing recurring funding that is in addition to what has been kind of the status quo Public Works budget. I think that it merits it, and I think it'll be helpful that once we make those significant investments over a 3-year period, that the Public Works budget for the actual works continues beyond the 3-year.
Yeah.
And that the lifeline is kept up.
Yep, I understand, and motion was made for the $5 million, so we'll see how that fits in as well. So I see the priority.
And Mayor, I mean, we're talking about adding more money. You're talking about adding more money through the ARP dollars. But ultimately, you know, as we've talked about, the $800 million in deferred maintenance on the streets, sidewalks, curbs, gutters, it's not going to be enough. No. It just isn't. And so, you know, within the context of adding more dollars, they're still not going to cover everything. You know, what I'm wanting from you is a commitment that we're not going to see District 7 capital improvements at the bottom of these lists anymore, like we have all week long.
Yeah, so I'll just tell you, Councilmember Esparza, I had not seen the list by district until you guys saw the list this week. So as I said earlier, these things percolate up, but we will make sure that we have that conversation collectively with everybody. And I do want you to know, you know, every council member was met with by Georgianne, and it was for the purpose of collecting your priorities. That wasn't necessarily for the general fund, because much of that general fund was already in the oven, being baked, you know, a month ago or beyond 2 months ago. It was for how do we take those infrastructure needs of each of your districts and priorities and make that the priority for the American Rescue Plan. So we are definitely going to do that, and we want what's equitable, we want what's fair, but I would think fairness is going to be determined based on what district you're from. You know, so we'll go back and look at the policy from 2 years ago. I was aware of those discussions. I saw those discussions. And then maybe if you want the other formula of, you know, whether it's 50% as suggested, that is equally distributed and the other 50% based on need. Whatever the council wants. We know that whatever we do, we're not going to meet that $1 billion, overnight. It's going to take us decades to get caught up because it took us 50 years to get behind.
No, yeah, and that is noted, Mayor. And as you said, you provide vision to the city. We provide vision to the city. It's not always, we're not always down deep in the minute details. But again, right? It's a recurring theme this week, where the district that should have had the highest infrastructure investments at all levels, unfortunately, saw the least. Want to put that out there for the record.
Sure,
right?
absolutely.
And I hope there's a structural change. And when it comes to the actual budget, we're revising that. District 7 is going to get its fair share. But with these SB1 dollars, I said we've got just a little short of 2 weeks, and I hope the administration can come back with a more equitable proposal.
Sure, you bet.
Yeah, Mayor, before we start out infrastructuring each other here, let's look at the tallies of all the motions that we have.
Yes.
My fiscal restrained tendencies are starting to come out now. And so I want to make sure that we have money, that it's planned out, and that it's right. I've been here when there was slim pickings. We're not going to go back to that. So I just need you to factor that into your conversations.
Well, I think we're at budget motion 85 now, so we'll have to tally those up today. I'm going through them right now.
Mr. President?
Yeah, yes.
And that fiscal restraint, it's really nice to talk about how we spend money, and it's great that we had CARES Act and ARPA, but it's not going to be there forever. We need to talk about how we make money as a city at some point, and spending some of this money on economic recovery, but also revenue neutral growth, where we can grow revenue and expand the tax base of this city without burdening our general fund. We have to have that conversation. We have to really be a positive growth community. But I want to make motion 86 and amend the last motion that was made. Was it $5 million for Public Works? Is that? Yes. Okay, I want to make an amendment to that motion that $1 million of that is invested specifically in District 7, which has been left behind for far too long.
I'll second that.
Vice President's like, that's it?
Well, I have a question.
Specifically,
So why don't we do the same thing for other districts like District 3? I mean, I think we're going down a slippery slope. There's a lot of needs in District 4, District 3, District 1. When you make a motion for District 7, it seems like it diminishes the other districts. I mean, I don't know where we're going with this. To me, the arguments have been made. I mean, Councilmember Esparza argued that his district should be #1. I don't know if that's accurate at all. I mean, I think many other districts can argue that their needs are just as great as District 7, and I think we need to be very careful with what we're doing here, how we're doing things. I'm always very sensitive about my articulating the needs for District 6 because I recognize the other needs. So I don't know where we're going with this, but I think we need to be very careful about these kinds of motions.
Councilmember Bredefeld, I think what we're seeing here is sort of a temporary solution. I don't see this being a sustainable solution where we're sort of filling gaps, right? I think we've asked for a revision of the formula, a revision of how these SB1 dollars are allocated, and I think going forward, the administration will bring something that is a bit more palatable for this entire council to intake. But I hear you, and again, I don't think it's intended to be a long-term practice.
All right, with that, we'll bring that item back. Let's go to the next item, item 1S, and that was pulled by Councilmember Maxwell.
Yes, for item 1S, I know that Councilmember Carbasi and the mayor's office have brought this item forward regarding the Workforce Development Board. I don't have any opposition. I spoke with Councilmember Carbasi beforehand and explained I just wanted a general overview as to what this is, what does it entail, and what are the implications of this item.
Those are terrific questions, and I think we'll have a presentation by Blake Consul. I believe he is on Zoom.
Yes, sir. I don't know if I'm audible, though.
You are.
You are.
Oh, okay, wow. Thank you for your interest in the item. Just a little background. I'm Blake Hansel. I'm the Executive Director for the Fresno Regional Workforce Development Board. We are a joint powers authority started by the city and the county of Fresno to administer funds that have their origin at the United States Department of Labor for the retraining of unemployed and underemployed workers. As part of that process, we are mandated to have on file with the state, and then they're bundled by the state and given to the feds, 4-year plans that talk about really 4 main areas. How are clients recruited, or how do they find out about services? How are clients screened in order to determine what services are needed? What training options are offered to those clients after screening? And then what are the placement activities that take place after training? Because ultimately with Department of Labor funding, you only get credit if somebody is placed into unsubsidized employment. So the 2 plans that you have before you, one is a local plan that is particular just to the jurisdiction, the geography of Fresno County, because we serve the entire county. And the other is a regional plan in which our plan is viewed alongside our colleagues in the valley, the state defining the valley as being the 8 counties that start in San Joaquin in the north and go all the way down to Kern in the south. And but the local plan does follow that 4-step process of recruitment or access, screening, training, and placement. We, like many entities, have been dealing with how to function in a COVID world, which luckily things are starting to open up again. I would like to note that the Metropolitan One-Stop location, or the main job center that we have here in the metro area, did not close during COVID. We had to change the way that we operated. We had to move towards scheduled appointments. And for people who came in off the street, we had obviously a maximum number who could be in the facility at any one time. We had to reconfigure how computers and cubicles were being used, but we were able to keep open. So the plan talks about those activities and things that we learned that we want to continue in the post-COVID world that we think are of greater ease to our clients.
Mr. Consul, does this 4-year plan include tangible numbers as far as how many folks your organization hopes to connect to employment for each of those years?
It doesn't, but those numbers are generated on an annual basis. And so we, on an annual basis, we negotiate a contract. So that federal money that I described, sir, that starts at the Department of Labor, flows into our service area through the State of California Employment Development Department, the Workforce Services Branch. And we negotiate a contract and performance numbers with the state on an annual basis. And that does specify minimum numbers of clients to be served. There are requirements for percentages of money that must be spent on training. There are placement percentages. All those things are available. They're just not in this particular document. I'd be happy to share them with you and with the council.
Thank you, Mr. Consul. I don't have any specific questions regarding this item. I appreciate the overview, appreciate the work Councilmember Carbasi, I know you sit on that committee, have put into this. So
Did you want to make a motion, Councilmember Maxwell?
Motion to approve.
Thank you. Second.
I'll second by Councilmember Carbasi. Did you have anything else, Councilmember Carbasi? No? All right, motion was made by Councilmember Maxwell, seconded by Councilmember Carbasi. Any opposition? Seeing none, motion carries. Let's go on to item 1V as in Victor, and that was pulled by Councilmember Bredefeld.
Just curious, how does this would this program differ from the IDAFIR program? If there is a difference. Councilman?
Colleagues, sorry, what was the question?
Yeah, just, does this differ from the I defer program, where we defer?
Yes. So in essence, and the city manager and staff can correct me if I articulate this incorrectly, but the IDFR program waives fees. So those are fees that departments otherwise don't have to continue their operations. This program establishes a fund that will pay for the discount in offsite improvements. So the departments like Public Works and Utilities and the Fire Department wouldn't lose any revenue that they anticipated receiving from any development project, but simply if the council in the budget process or through the rescue funds chooses to fund this program, the funds from that source would make those departments whole for any offsite improvements that are credited to the development project.
Okay, and that amount that we're going to put in, and where is that's coming from where?
Right now, the way we drafted the program is this item would create the program. If the council in the budget process chooses to fund the program at whatever amount from whatever source, that is left open for the council to do so through the budget process. So I don't identify a funding source yet.
Okay.
I simply recommend a amount of $5 million, and then we'll let the budget process work itself
Want to make a motion?
through.
All
right, thank you.
motion to
I'll second
approve
that
by
motion.
Councilmember
Doug, you want to make a
Bredefeld,
motion?
and
I'll second your
seconded by
motion.
Okay, I'll
Councilmember
make a
Arias.
motion to approve.
All right, motion made by Councilmember Bredefeld, seconded by Councilmember Arias. Any opposition? Seeing none, motion carries. Let's go on to item 1Q, pulled by Councilwoman Soria. Councilmember Soria, item 1Q.
Good morning, Council. Aaron Aguirre, Parks Department. I'm here with Paul Zhao from our ISD department, as well as representatives from AT&T to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you, Aaron. I did get a chance to talk to staff, which was Paul, about some of the concerns that I had. I had not heard at all, and I still to this day had not heard from AT&T. I don't know if any of my other colleagues had gotten phone calls from folks, but just wanted to touch base with the provider. I know in the past, and this is not strictly related to that issue, but in the past, this council has expressed concerns with the service, and especially in certain neighborhoods of the city of Fresno. I know some of the older neighborhoods, like in Tower, Fresno High, the service is terrible. And so we had encouraged them to strongly consider doing additional investment in infrastructure to provide better service to our residents. But I've never gotten an update, have not had an opportunity to meet directly with AT&T. Just wanted to have an opportunity to, at minimum, connect with them now, since they're wanting us to vote on their item, to talk about what is it that they're doing to enhance service, not just with that continued lease agreement that you have with the city of Fresno, but in other neighborhoods.
So, as mentioned, I have AT&T representative Kelly Romano and Don Keller on the line. And Kelly or Don, can you answer Councilmember Soria's question?
Hi, this is Kelly Romani with AT&T. Aaron, can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Okay, good. I will have to defer to Don Keller as far as what our future plans are for the city of Fresno. I can represent and answer questions that are specific to this agreement that we would like to have approved today. And I can also offer an opportunity to meet with the council member who has questions regarding AT&T. I can help put together a meeting with the other carriers. I'm assuming it's not just AT&T that might have some issues in that area. We could put together a meeting of the minds with the other carriers as well. But as far as the future, Dawn, if I could pass the torch to you to answer those questions directly, please.
Okay, can you guys hear me okay?
Yes.
Yes, we can hear you.
So I can speak a little bit towards what we've done, but I can't share during this meeting what we're planning in the future. but maybe, like Kelly said, we could offer to have a separate meeting because there's certain privacy, non-disclosure agreements that we need to have in place. And our external affairs, Julie Tone and Kelly, we could coordinate looking at what we're doing future-wise, but we can't share this publicly. But I can talk about some of the areas that you mentioned that you were concerned about. And I noticed one area you talked about was I think it was Fresno High, or is it Fresno City College?
Around that entire neighborhood, like Fresno High, Fresno City College, the Tower District.
Okay, so I can tell you that we recently launched a new site at the corner of Palm and McKinley, which is directly adjacent to Fresno High School, that was specifically built to offload the capacity for the Fresno City College site, which was congested, and also to enhance coverage at Fresno High School. So we did do that. As far as the Tower District, that's a completely different area. And what I can tell you is we do have plans to build in that area, but I can't give you real specific details and timelines because of the sensitivity of our future forward-looking information. But in case you have other questions or whatever, we may be able to coordinate a meeting with you offline to get into more detail, or if you have additional detailed questions about what we're doing or what we have done in your area.
I think that that's a good idea. I know that I've raised these issues for many years. I'm glad to hear that finally on the Palm and McKinley corner, you guys have built additional infrastructure. Given COVID and, the higher usage of internet and your services, the need really became much more apparent because there's a lot of families using a lot more during the day in those neighborhoods. And so I just want to make sure if we ever have another situation like the one that we endured over the last 2 years, that families have adequate service. In particular, our kids and our young adults that are students at the community college that need to access Wi-Fi through their cell phone and so forth to have the appropriate service. And it's not as spotty as it is today in some of the neighborhoods. So I'm glad to hear, but I would welcome, and I'd suggest that you guys try to meet with council members on a regular basis. I don't know when was the last time that you guys met with any of us, but I definitely know that it's been a long time. I think every time that you guys have an item, that's pretty much the only opportunity that I have a chance to kind of tell you guys the issues that the residents in my neighborhoods continue to experience. And so I am expecting that carriers like AT&T and other folks that also received some significant resources from the federal government during COVID-19 that make significant investments, in particular in disadvantaged communities, because they heavily rely on your guys' services.
Thank you, Councilmember Soria. You want to make a motion?
I think Councilmember Arias may have
Councilmember Arias?
had other
I do have some questions. So I'll leave the fact out that as a former 20-year customer of AT&T, I left because of the poor service in the city. So I'm glad that there's some improvements, but I do have questions specific to the staff. Who can speak, city manager, to the Woodward Park specifically? And my question is very specific. I was under the impression that we're not allowed to lease any property that generates revenue at Woodward Park, given the covenants of Woodward Park. That was the rationale that we were given when a digital billboard was proposed on Woodward Park a year and a half ago. Can we just get it doesn't have to be today, can we just get a memo confirming what limitations, if any, are placed on that park property that allow this commercial use of Woodward property, but not other commercial uses?
We'll get you an update on that. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
All right. Any other questions? Councilmember Butterfield, it's your district.
Yeah, motion to approve.
All right. Motion to approve.
Second.
Don't do second. Or Councilwoman Soria, second. Any opposition? Seeing none, motion carries. Let's go on to item 1W, and that was pulled by Councilmember Soria.
Oh, yeah, so
Councilmember Soria.
this is our item, Councilmember, our Council President Chavez. It is the resolution, we talked about this issue last week regarding swimming lessons and the cost for our young people, especially those young people that come from low-income families. This is not a new issue. This issue has been kind of around for a long time, and the issue predominantly became highlighted back in 2017. I don't know if you guys recall, but the city of Fresno lost a promising Edison High School senior who was a 4.21 GPA student and sat on the youth commission. He drowned in, one of the local rivers, and so Nang, in his memory and what the council did that year, worked with the mayor, and the mayor actually fundraised swimming lesson dollars to provide at no cost swim lessons to those students that are from low-income disadvantaged families that don't have the resources to fork up $50 or $80 to get swim lessons. And so what this resolution is essentially doing is what we've been needing to do, because raising money privately is not sustainable. And so we did it, 1, maybe 2 years. But what we missed the mark every other budget, and we haven't focused on establishing a free swim program for disadvantaged families that can't afford it. And so what this resolution does, so my council colleague, Council President and I worked on a resolution to create a city-sponsored swim lesson program for children of residents of the city of Fresno. They must be under the age of 18 and would qualify for the free and reduced lunch program as a metric to see if they qualified for this sponsored swim program. We are directing with this resolution that the administration identify sufficient funding for the program, not just for this summer, but also for the years to come, that every year we actually budget at minimum up to $100,000 to create a swim sponsored program for those students or those families that need it. And so that's simply what the resolution is. It's straightforward. But again, it's a reminder that sometimes, even though, we can raise monies privately, that if we don't stay continuous on it, programs seem to desist, and I think that's why it's an opportunity for this council to establish a sponsored program moving forward. Thank you.
Want to make the motion, Councilwoman Soria?
Motion to approve.
All right, I'll second that. Any questions? All right, motion was made, seconded. Any opposition? Seeing none, motion carries. Let's go on.
Council President?
Oh,
I was just
Mayor.
going to ask, is that going to be a budget motion? Yeah. Or just a motion to approve that resolution?
It's both. So that we include monies in this budget.
For
and then-
100,000, that's a budget motion, though,
Yeah,
that would be your...
and then that moving forward, we're establishing a swim program that it's expected to get funded thereafter.
So it's both, Mayor. It's
Got
a
you.
budget and then a policy continuation
Yeah,
of that.
got it, thank you.
All right, item 1X, pulled by Councilmember Carbasi.
Thank you, Mr. President. I believe we have, this is an item we discussed last week regarding the Youth Commission. I believe we have our Youth Commission Chair, Evelyn Gamble, on the line. If we can elevate her.
She's being elevated.
Okay. And I believe they did meet with Councilmember Soria, and they have a proposal to change their attendance policy. And then, just as a reminder, they can now, with this policy passing by a 2/3 vote of their board, change their policy in the future, if necessary. So, Evelyn, are you on the line?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay. So, would you tell us a little bit about what the new changes are?
Yes. Good morning, City Council and Mayor and City staff. Thank you for having me. I just wanted to go over some of the changes and be here to answer any questions that arise. So right now, the policy is that you get 3 excused absences and 0 unexcused. So we are hoping to change that to be 8 excused absences within the 2-year term. So that's only increasing by 1 a year. And we're adding 1 unexcused absence per year. So you're looking at, for 1 year, 4 excused absences and 1 unexcused. And in the 2 years, you'd have 8 excused absences and 2 unexcused. So it's additionally only adding 1 more excused and giving 1 opportunity for an unexcused absence to our youth who might have personal, medical, or other issues that they have to go to.
Okay, Councilmember Soria, any thoughts?
No, I appreciate the young people making time to meet with me to discuss, the needs to have more flexibility. I think that I have a better understanding, one, why this change was needed, and then to also be able to give them the flexibility to adopt, additional policy or change the policy when needed. So I am comfortable. Last time, I believe my concern was the way that it was written. Someone could miss 10 total in 1 year, and I think if we keep it, 4 per year, I'm much more comfortable with that, and including, an inexcused absence, I'm fine.
Okay, so any other colleagues have any questions?
You want to make a motion?
Yeah, I move to approve item 1X with the changes in attendance policy outlined as by Chair Gamble.
Do I have a second?
I'll second without any withdrawals.
Without what?
Without any withdrawals.
Okay.
All right, motion's been made. Got a second. Any opposition? Seeing none, motion passes. All right, last
So
item
council,
is-
on that item, that would be treated as reintroduced today, and it will have to come back next week for adoption.
Okay.
Thank
Just
you.
put that on consent. All right. Last item is 1R. I'm going to recuse myself, so I'm going to hand it over to Vice President Esparza, and it was pulled by Councilmember Bradfeld.
Council President, you have the screen there with the punch-ups and all that? I'll go ahead and take your seat. Councilor Bradfield, you can go ahead and begin.
Thank you. So the question I have regarding this, we're extended this contract, Tommy, before to June 30th. Why are we extending it again? Why is that? What's the need for more time in terms of fulfilling the contract?
Yeah, I'm going to ask Assistant City Manager Greg Barfield to kind of respond.
Yes, Councilmember Butterfield, both of these agencies still have original CARES dollars that were awarded to them last year and for testing and COVID-related activities. So we're going to extend the contract to allow them to complete.
Now, we gave other organizations the same dollars, the same time. They, I guess, completed the contracts on time.
They did. However, we also extended UCSF, which also had some dollars left, but those have now all been expended.
Right. I know we extended UCSF the one time, but now these folks are requiring more extension. And I guess why? Why are they not meeting the requirements of the contract? What's going on that they're
No,
not?
they are meeting the requirements of the contract. The great thing is the county has stepped in and additional services on top of that, which has allowed them to stretch out their testing at this time. Oops.
Okay. So, and we're still needing what they're doing at this point, correct?
Absolutely, absolutely.
Okay. Because, I mean, I'm just wondering, you have other UCSF, they needed initially additional time, but then they met the requirements. These folks are still extending it. Are they doing something incorrectly that the others did correctly? I mean,
It's merely about volume. It was merely about, UCSF was actually doing testing at several locations, whereas the coalition and BHC do not have as much coverage as these two, as UCSF.
Okay, okay.
I'll make a motion to approve.
Second. Any opposed? All right, motion passes.
Thank you.
Get the council president back in here.
Yeah, right. Exactly, man. He's gonna burn calories all day long.
All right, council, that concludes our contested consent. We will now move on to scheduled hearings and matters. We're going to have the RDA, I believe, do their presentation. Do we have Marlene? Oh, here she comes. All right. Joint meeting of the Fresno Revitalization Corporation and the City of Fresno in its capacity as housing successor to the RDA, Redevelopment Agency.
Good morning, council.
Marlene?
FY '22 begins with a carryover.
Just speak a little bit louder into the mic, Marlene. You're going to have to.
Can I bend it?
You have to have it directly in front of you. There you go.
It's good to be
It's
back.
been a while since you've been in here, Marlene.
Did it grow? The '22 budget begins with a carryover of about $6,620,000. That includes a one-time $1 million full loan payoff by Martin Luther King Apartments, a welcome payoff. The '22 new program income is about $964,000. That includes our share of city agency loan payback, repayments, the Mariposa bond proceeds, and assorted major rehab loans that are being repaid for single-family rehabs that we did over the years. Excuse me. And the combined carryover and new income totals about $7,585,000. Of that sum, about 4.4 is encumbered for contracts. And I'm going to very briefly take this opportunity to give you an update on those projects, and they're listed in your budget. The Link at Blackstone and McKinley expect their certificate of occupancy in July. They've begun pre-leasing. They expect to be fully leased up by September. This project is going to provide 18 extremely low-income units and 69 very low-income units. So 88 units with the manager's unit will come online in September. The Annandale Commons Senior Family Housing Development came online at the beginning of this fiscal year in July. It brought about 40 units, 12 serving folks at extremely low income and 27 serving folks at very low income. Adjacent to that development is the Annandale Single Family Development. Off-site improvements have been completed. They're going to start on-site improvements in August, and 20 lots will be developed for family home ownership. This will be through Self-Help Sweat Equity Program. 329 College in Lowell has just pulled its building permit. The South Stadium developer is having additional site testing work done to satisfy its lender, and they're updating their entitlements. We're in communication every couple of weeks, and they're making progress. The Self-Help Single Family project at Florence and Walnut is progressing. That will bring about the creation of 17 single-family affordable lots. It's underway and should be done by, the lot division should be finished by summer, and this will also be a self-help sweat equity project. So the combined 37 units, 20 near Annandale Elm, 17 over at Florence and Plumas, will bring about, I think, the largest group of for-sale affordable homes in Southwest Fresno since about 2003. So I think it's a welcome development in Southwest. Lastly, at 1740 Van Ness, the Mural District Lofts project is progressing very well. That's a mixed income project that will produce about 22 market rate units and 6 lower income units. The building plan is in final review, and the developer expects to start construction in September. So this project, by the way, was a convergence of very favorable events. That is, we were able to access this one-time opportunity for Mariposa excess bond proceeds. And we linked with a project that qualified. The project had to be consistent with the original bond covenants dating back to 1993. So we fortunately linked with a project that needed assistance. And also we were fortunate to have city administration and the departments help us with completing or installing infrastructure in that area. So
Director, can I interrupt you? Can you just, for the record again, I know you named all the housing projects that are in the queue. How many of them are there again?
How many
Total
are what?
number? How many housing projects did you just identify?
7, I think. 7 on this list, yeah.
Thank you.
So let's see, moving on. So net of the 4.4 million for encumbered funds for contracted projects, we've allocated 500,000 for personnel, operation, and maintenance. We're generally able to assign about 50% of that to the successor agency through the ROPS. And so last year, for example, the actual total cost to the housing successor was $250,000 all in for personnel, O&M, and I think that will be the case this year. So the balance of available unencumbered funding will be $2,700,000. A very important part of our budget implementation, you will recall, is meeting the income threshold requirements. 30% of our program income must go or must be spent on units occupied by households earning 30% or less of AMI. 50% of income may go to households earning 30 to 60% of AMI, and only 20% can go to households earning 80% of AMI. And the breakdown is in your budget. The two largest remaining housing parcels, housing successor parcels, include 8 acres at Florence and Plumas. This is very close to the new West Fresno City College campus that is well underway. And a 1.5 acre site at Mono in Chinatown between G and F streets. And we'll focus a good effort to facilitate the development of those sites in this upcoming year. The Florence and Plumas site and the Chinatown site are both within the Opportunity Zone, the Transformative Climate Community Area, and the Enhanced Infrastructure Financing District. Both sites enjoy being within the boundary of those programs. The southwest site is specifically identified by APN for single-family affordable housing in the adopted consolidated plan and in the housing element. And Fresno leadership has been very supportive of the single-family sites that are underway and the development of this site for single-family. Chinatown is specifically identified by APN in the housing element for very low and low affordable level housing in a multifamily mix. So to go forward, any project at these sites or elsewhere would need to have or need to undergo a sufficient financial feasibility analysis, identification of funding sources, and a host of other details, and would be presented to you for consideration for approval. If approved, then those projects would have their approved funds encumbered. Also in your packet is the housing asset transfer. You may recall me mentioning in the past that in 2014, the Sacramento Superior Court approved funds that are set aside to carry out specific enforceable obligations and to ensure that housing affordability compliance is met over the life of the covenants, which is 55 years. That schedule is in your packet. Also in your packet is the annual report for the reporting period of 19 and FY 19-20, and it's also posted on our website. This report largely covers financial data over 13 categories, and its primary purpose, is to enable the state to monitor our compliance in meeting those extremely low affordability tests and the excess surplus tests. The penalties for not meeting these tests are severe, and so we are very conscientious about making sure the tests are met. The last attachment in your packet is the affordability overview chart. And it shows that since dissolution, housing successor funds of about $26,400,000 have solely funded, or more often leveraged, other funds to bring about a total of 650 affordable units that include 479 of the 650 are affordable, and the balance of 171 are market rate. And the table at the top of that chart shows, back to meeting our tests, that 42.2% of our program income has funded units serving households at 30% or less. So we're well over that 30% mark, and we have some buffer. 43.7% has funded households at 60% or less of AMI, and 14.1% has served households at 80% of AMI. So we're exceeding the requirements and meeting goals to serve extremely low and very low households with permanent housing. Going forward, you may recall that we have an important pending case related to our program income. We have 13 loans totaling about $6 million that we believe should be repaid by tax increment. The Department of Finance disagreed with us. It was taken to the Sacramento Superior Court, and in 2014, that court ruled in our favor. The Department of Finance appealed the trial court's decision, and it went to the appellate court. They declined to hear it and remanded it back to the trial court. So in talking with our contract counsel, we expect that this item will at long last finish its torturous journey and go to the trial court by the end of this year, and a decision will be made. If we prevail again, that $6 million will, of course, be divided. 80% will go to the general fund, and 20% will go to the housing successor. So that concludes.
Thank you for that presentation, Marlene. Do any of our RDA folks want to make a motion to accept and approve?
Motion to accept.
I'll second that motion, but I did want to make a couple of comments. They're mostly, thank you, Marlene, for your work this last couple of years, but mostly for the administration. We, as you know, we're in a housing crisis, and right now the RDA is working on 7 housing projects. The RDA was the entity that actually brought forward a solution for Hotel Fresno. And as a city, I still struggle with, we don't have a city housing department outside of the RDA. And at some point, RDA is going to run out of money. And all the properties that we have left will be fully developed. And so I'm just urging the administration to take this opportunity to figure out how you guys can leverage, coordinate, align with Marlene and RDA more. As she noted, there's nearly $3 million available in RDA funds for additional housing projects. But I think the city, as we discussed this budget process, has to be much more aggressive about having an intentional housing department that's actively pursuing and developing housing projects versus simply relying on the RDA, because the life cycle of the RDA is coming to an end soon, and Marlene won't be here forever. So this is a time for us to do a transfer of knowledge, coordinate, partner a little more, and make sure that we actually have a housing department that just doesn't respond to applications, but is actively developing housing projects that meet the crisis that we have before us. So thank you, Marlene. I know you don't require a whole lot of guidance. You are thorough about your proposals and holding developments accountable. We still have the Armenian town that hasn't really taken off, It's a lot more complicated than simply the RDA, but know that my patience has run out with that project and the lack of progress in that space. And a lot of it is outside of our hands with the entity that really owns that underlying property. But we do have some plans that we're gonna have to wrestle through. Last year, we committed pursuing $1 million for the Armenian historical homes to be revitalized. For office space, it looks like the office space approach may not work after all. The amount of money that they require to be renovated versus what they can generate in lease payments is substantially different. So we might have to pursue an alternative and making those homes used for actual housing again and make them, affordable homes, have people living there, protect them, maintain them. But the best way to protect historical assets like the Armenian homes and Hotel Fresno and others is to make them active again and utilized. So we'll be engaging in that process, City Manager and Mayor, on what approach we take with protecting those Armenian homes and maybe shifting the plan a little, since we can't really make an office use pencil out for everyone that has a legal role in what happens to the future of those homes. Thank you, Marlene.
Councilmember, we agree. I mean, we'd love to move into that development space. Right now, we're in the gap financing space. Councilmember Esparza and I are probably looking at 6 different projects right now that people want the gap financing that we can provide, or the offsite infrastructure, or the fee waivers that they want. So I think that is a model we're in. The mayor's been in conversations with the governor. So September-ish, October, we should get this housing money. So I think the idea that we start strategizing on where we could do both roles, be in the development role and also be in the gap financing role. I think that time is coming, and it's a great discussion to have.
All right, motion was made by Councilwoman Soria, seconded by Councilmember Arias. Any opposition? Oh, sorry, Councilmember Butterfield.
Yeah, I just want to say, I hope we're not going to create another government entity here with a housing department or anything else. I don't think we should be doing that. If we want to build, which we do, streamline the process, remove the regulations, let's set building homes as a priority. Not quite as much as a priority as water, I got it, but a priority nonetheless. And let's work with the state to remove their regulations and all of the chains that they create on developers to develop. The last thing we need to be doing is creating more government programs, more government departments. And so I hope that isn't a direction that the administration goes. There are plenty of ways to get building and growth going without creating more government bureaucracy.
Thank you. Motion was made. Second. Any opposition? Seeing none, motion carries. Let's go on to the next item. It's a hearing to consider a proposed annual assessment for the city of Fresno.
I'm sorry, Council President, we didn't take public comment.
Oh, I'm sorry about that. Anybody punched up to speak on this item, Brianna?
No.
Okay, now we've taken public comment. We'll close that portion off, and now we'll move on to the 10 a.m. item. Hearing to consider an LLMD District Number 1 resolution confirming the diagram assessment. We got Public Works that'll be presenting, or Assistant City Manager or City Manager.
Yeah, it should be Public Works, either Mr. Benelli, I believe,
I think it's Scott. I think they're on Zoom.
You know what? I'll make a motion to approve.
I'll second.
All right. Motion made by myself, seconded by Councilmember Butterfield. Great job, Andrew Benelli.
Perfect timing, Scott. It just got approved.
All right. Any opposition? Motion carries.
Public comment.
Oh, public comment?
Nelson,
Brianna,
take
is
over.
anybody punched up to speak on this item? We have somebody punched up to speak.
Yes, I didn't want to chime in just in case you guys weren't finished talking. Lisa Flores.
Okay, Ms. Flores, on item 10 a.m., you have 2 minutes.
I don't need 2 minutes. I just want to ask you, what's the bum rush getting this one passed through, and what is it about? Because as a member of the public, I really would like to know what item is before you every single time. So that's the only thing I want to ask, is that you announce what it is about, so I know whether to comment. Because right now it just seems like, it's a bum rush kind of thing. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, that concludes the public comment portion. So motion was made by myself, seconded by Councilmember Bredefeld. Any opposition? Motion carries. Next up is the 10:05 a.m., a hearing to adopt resolutions and ordinance to annex territory into special tax regarding City of Fresno CFD number 9, and this is in Councilmember Carbasi's district. Councilmember Carbasi?
Yep. I move to approve.
All right. Motion was made by Councilmember Carbasi.
Well, I have one quick question. Councilmember Carbasi, is this one of the CFDs that the Public Works Director brought up the other day during the conversation, or a whole separate one?
This is a new CFD.
Oh, it's a brand new one, okay.
Yep.
What were the numbers from the last one? 11 and?
9.
9.
9 is multifamily and commercial, and 11 is residential.
Yeah, so I was confused because this one said number 9, that's why. So it's being annexed into the existing one?
Mhm.
Oh, cool, great. Oh, so we have an example of what we were talking about.
Yep.
Just a couple days ago. Fantastic, all right.
The easier thing here is that because it's one owner, it's a lot easier to do it now as opposed to.
Got it.
Yeah, but it's possible.
Makes sense, makes sense. Thank you.
All right. Do we have anybody from the public wishing to speak on this, Brianna?
No public comment.
All right. We'll close that portion off. Motion was made. Second. Any opposition? Seeing none, motion carries. All right. Next up is General Admin. We got a workshop on insurance and indemnity requirements. I think this was requested by one of my colleagues in the past.
Yes, I believe we have David Bolton from Risk Management on. Is that you up there, David? Okay.
Yes, it is.
You want to go ahead and share your PowerPoint?
Yes. It says host disabled. Participant screen sharing.
Hold on. Try again, David.
Very good.
Okay.
All right, how does that look?
You're good.
Okay, perfect. All right. Good morning, Council President, council members. Thank you for having us today. My name is David Bolton, Risk Manager in Personnel Services, and with me to help present is Heather Haupt, our risk analyst charged with reviewing insurance and contracts for the city. For context, Heather has completed over 1,500 contract and insurance reviews in the fiscal year. If you don't mind, I'd like to make a few comments before commencing our presentation. I've been in my role for about 6 months, and I've noticed that sometimes, not all the times, but there seems to be negative connotations associated with risk, probably more so when talking about insurance and indemnity. And I just wanted to recognize and take ownership of those sentiments that sometimes we were viewed as a stumbling block in the process. One of our goals this fiscal year is to change that perception through process improvement and improved communication and transparency, which starts today with this presentation. Additionally, we recognize that the balance between protecting the city's financial interests and promoting social and economic development, we understand that special events and service agreements help promote economic growth, and that limiting these agreements by requiring excessive or unfair insurance requirements is not in the city's best interests. We have worked hard to develop fair and consistent requirements over the past year, and we continue to learn, evolve, and adapt to a dynamic insurance environment and our evolving local economy. That being said, insurance requirements and risk transfer are extremely important and allows us to not only protect our financial interests and allows us, but to protect the city's claim history, which is comparable to a credit score. Our claims history is fair, and we are in the middle of negotiating our new policies for the city. And I'm thankful we can still purchase liability coverage in a volatile market. We can attribute this to our claims history and our risk transfer program. Some cities can't obtain liability insurance due to their poor claims history. Lastly, before I start our presentation, insurance requirements are also the responsible thing to do as a city. These requirements protect vendors and events holders, especially smaller ones, from financial hardship and transfers the risk away from them to insurance companies in the event of an accident. So our presentation today is not long. It's fairly short. It's only 7 slides. I already covered the introduction. Of course, our responsibilities, Risk is responsible for contract review, insurance review.
David, can I
Yes.
interrupt you and just acknowledge and appreciate the fact that you acknowledge and recognize that some of us here are frustrated? Very rarely do department leaders actually acknowledge that there's some reason for our comments and our frustrations, and just thank you for acknowledging that. I think it's a step in the right direction.
You're welcome. I agree. And I look forward to working with all of you in the future. So our responsibilities include contract review, insurance review. Of course, those encompass consultant agreements, vendor and contractor agreements, RFPs, work and street permits, and of course, special events. Okay, and these all comprise those 1,500 reviews that I talked about earlier. During a previous council meeting, there was a request for changes to contract and insurance requirements over the past 5 years. And in doing some research, some of the changes I felt were actually positive. We made it easier for entities to do business. So one of the changes to our contractor agreement was for subcontractors, we removed the minimum insurance requirement. So we still require the insurance, but we didn't put a minimum in there to allow for small businesses and DBEs to participate. On our consultant agreements, we removed the personal auto liability coverage. So in other words, if a consultant just drives their personal auto, we're not requiring them to carry auto liability insurance. Makes it easier for them. However, we do sometimes add coverage when necessary. For example, for when electronic data is an issue or software, we may add cyber liability. That's just one example of a coverage that we may add to an agreement when deemed necessary. And then just overall though, we haven't made any coverage increases to our boilerplate agreement over the past 5 years. They've remained the same. Contracts and agreements, again, just in general, we utilize the CAO approved boilerplate agreements. These fit most of the work that's performed throughout the city, but we understand that these are not a one-size-fits-all solution. To request exceptions to the boilerplate agreements, all we ask is that you partner with Risk and provide specifics regarding the scope of the work and the project and whatever the requests are going to be for the exception. And again, just wanted to reiterate that we are committed to being flexible during this process and partnering and providing clear communication throughout the entire process. All right, I'm going to let Heather take the next slide.
These are our basic insurance requirements that you'll see in our boilerplate agreements. They cover the majority of contractor, consultant, vendor, and service provider agreements. The way that these limits would be increased would be for larger projects that include design of or work on overpasses, work near railroads, parking garages, etc. Or if we have feeder agreements where we are required by other entities to use certain insurance requirements. Go to the next slide. Special events. So these are our basic special event insurance requirements. They're the same for all events, and they're available on our website under the special events page, and are also attached to the application that applicants use when they want to apply for a special event.
Heather, I have a question.
Yes.
On the previous slide, under the consultant agreement, there is a 1 million auto liability. I thought that David just mentioned that we're not requiring consultants.
So that's for commercial. So if autos are owned underneath the business, that's where the risk comes from. So we don't have the same risk with personal because they're not owned by the entity we're entering into an agreement with.
Okay, perfect. Thank you for the clarification.
Of course.
Heather, on that slide too, you know, when we dealt with pandemic, we had to do these contracts, and it's the first time that the council got intimately involved and knowledgeable about contracts because we had to do it in an expedited fashion. And one of the roadblocks then was our requirement to have child molestation insurance for folks that were doing food distribution, COVID testing, technical assistance to businesses, contract tracing, and that's an extremely expensive coverage to get.
Yes, so that coverage should only be required when you are working with an at-risk population. So when you're working with children or at-risk adults.
So in that example, the food distribution was being done, folks were putting food in the trunk of the car in drive-thrus. COVID testing was being done drive-through. There was no interaction with kids. There was no, I'm thinking of, interaction with kids or at-risk populations is, if you're the Boys and Girls Club and you have mentoring programs, you have parks programs, that is completely rational, but it was being applied across the board for subcontractors, and that insurance premium is about $8,000 to $10,000 a month for some contractors. It's extremely expensive coverage. Are we still doing that? Are we still requiring that level of coverage for folks who are not directly working with kids?
It's a case-by-case basis, and in those instances, once we got to the actual insurance review portion, we accepted whatever they currently had.
Okay. My other question is on your block parties, the fee for block party permits went up. And the rationale that we were provided when those permits, I think they used to be like $20 for a block party permit, is that the city's insurance premiums had went up, so they passed on the cost through the form of higher permit fees. So I know you don't require insurance for a block party, but the fee for a permit has increased significantly. And we were told it was based on the increasing liability and the additional exposure community events had, for whatever reason in the city. Do you know what the cost is now for a block party permit?
I do not. David, do you?
No, I don't know either. Risk doesn't set the fees for the block party permits. I can confirm that we've had an increase in insurance premiums year over year, but I'll say let's get back to you on that one.
Okay, and I think it's done through the master fee schedule. So if you can, staff can get back to us on that. I just want to be very thoughtful that block parties are literally neighbors getting together, having jump houses, and making it a higher fee has become an impediment for some neighborhoods.
Yes, we definitely agree with you on that. When residents are shutting down their own city street for their personal use, we definitely want to be able to support that and make it as cost efficient as possible. So one of the struggles that we're oh, David, can you go back? So one of the struggles that we're facing with special event insurance is that the industry is always changing, and these changes come from a variety of factors. Policy changes that remove coverages that were covered on the year past, legal decisions that change the way wording is interpreted, or the loss history of a certain area or state. So these changes in coverage affect what parts of the event are covered, which puts the event holder and as well as the city at risk. So how do we assess risk when someone sends us a contract to be reviewed to insert insurance requirements? This is kind of the process that we go through. We have the department or the project manager send over a scope of work. What work will be done? Are there hazardous substances on the project site? Will the other party be storing sensitive information, which goes back to that cyber liability, or working with at-risk populations? Are there any contracts that we have entered into that feed into this agreement? Those could be things like, BNSF, federal, state agreements that have their own insurance requirements that we are contractually required to pass on to anyone we hire to work on that project. When we're talking about the value of a project, we do take into consideration how much this project is going to cost. While smaller projects may come with similar risks, we do want to support small businesses and make sure that we're able to utilize local contractors that may have smaller limits. We want to be business friendly wherever possible. And like David had stated earlier, we amended the subcontractor requirements to allow for what is legally required and for that, or the standard in that industry. And we do use the lowest requirements whenever possible. We keep in constant communication with our liability team regarding claims we have received. So we have a loss history knowledge when we're going into looking at risk. And we also keep current with training and research into claims that other public or large entities are experiencing. Communication with our insurance brokers regarding market changes is extremely important. We like to know when coverages are restricted or lessened so that if we're asking for a coverage, we know that that's actually readily available and easy for someone to get, not that we're asking for something that simply is not available in the market anymore. And we do monitor other entities' insurance requirements to make sure that we are in line with kind of the standard in California.
Heather, I have other questions, kind of going back to special events and also in terms of your process in reviewing what we should be requiring as a criteria for these special events. So a couple years ago, I think it was 3 or 4 years ago, one of the things that you guys started requiring was insurance for each car that was part of the parades in the Tower District. We had never seen that before. And then the requirement was put out 2 weeks prior to the event and made it extremely onerous. We didn't understand. There was never an explanation given. And so you can see how it can cause a little bit of chaos and concern from these pretty much all volunteer community-based organizations that are providing events and entertainment for our community. Is that still the criteria, and why? And can we do something different? Because it seems to be a challenge to require for every single vehicle. It wasn't a requirement in the past, so I'm not sure what happened that triggered that. You mentioned that knowledge of loss of history with similar projects and vendors is something that you guys take into account. There's never in the history that I know has been an incident as it relates to vehicles in a parade in the Tower District, so I'm not sure why that happened and why that needs to be a requirement.
Councilwoman, can I add another part to your question? I've had the same experience in downtown. In the past, the promoter would be required to have umbrella insurance for all the participants. Recently, every booth that participates in the event is required to have insurance, which makes it extremely expensive, especially for like the art hops of the world where somebody's just selling their little bracelets that they're making, but now they're each required to provide their own insurance. And you know, they're not corporate businesses that just have umbrella policies. And that too has been a significant change from previous years where just the organizer or the promoter of the event or the sponsor was required to provide coverage for everyone.
And to add to that, Heather and David as well, I know that you guys included that we have 1 million and 2 million general liability requirements, but I will tell you that for some of these small CBOs, even the 1 million requirement is too high for them. I know that in other instances, we've seen flexibility to lower that, but I think that we have to be creative if we want to continue to encourage folks to do events in our community, to provide entertainment out in, you know, the various parts of the city, that we either become creative in terms of, I'm not saying just eliminate, but either deal with them similar to what you said with the DBEs and other small, very small businesses. Or I don't know if the city can buy like an alternative insurance policy that people can buy if they have a special event at a much lower rate. I'm not sure what other options there are to really encourage folks or not discourage folks to do a special event because the costs become extremely onerous.
No, let me comment on that real quick. I just wanted to say that we are working on creative solutions for special events. I also wanted to commit to you that communication will be improved and flexibility for those type of situations that you talked about will be considered. It's hard to comment on some of the specifics contracts that happened several years ago, but I can tell you that moving forward, we are committed to being flexible and improving the communication, and we look forward to the opportunity to kind of change that perception, like I said earlier.
David, but are you guys still requiring insurance for every single vehicle in a parade? That's the question.
And for every booth that participates in
Is that still a requirement? Because it was a new requirement, at least in my tenure here on the council. It changed.
I'll find out if it's required. I think every event is kind of looked at on a case-by-case basis, but I'll give you an answer.
And David, can you also follow up and meet with the Downtown Partnership and the Tower Marketing Group? They tend to be the ones who are spearheading these events, and we tend to get the calls from them and the small businesses about, the obstacles to getting something off the ground.
Council, we'll make sure whatever we're not able to answer right now, we'll follow up with a Trey memo here within the next couple days.
And I think it's important that we, once we have that information, that we make it as simple as possible for folks to understand ahead of time when they're trying to arrange a special event, what they need. Because a lot of times they don't get it until after the fact. Like, I don't know if your guys' special events person even knows all the requirements, because I don't know if there's like one checklist, that says like, hey, if you're gonna do a special event, this and this is required. Because a lot of times we have to, I know I spend a lot of time in my office holding hands of folks in the CBO world that are trying to do special events because they can't just contact one person to get all the answers.
Council member, I think that the insurance requirements are attached to the special event permit. However, depending on what type of special event, when they get the application to fill out, there's a list of requirements. But depending on what their event is, those can be adjusted downward. So I think as a standard, we have to look at sort of the worst case scenario and we put this out. But depending when the application comes back in, I think that what the staff is talking about is the ability to be flexible and creative to adjust those down. I would certainly hope, unless it's a super humongous event, that those limits would never be turned up. I mean, unless they turn in a special events permit to have 50,000 people in a city-owned parking lot with 42 beer gardens, which of course is not going to happen.
And Assistant City Manager, one of the things that I also want to be clear is we're not seeing this in the city-sponsored events, Christmas parade, Veterans Parade, because the city actually subsidizes those events, and we essentially cover the cost of all the additional, liability that is required. It's all the other events are sponsored by businesses or marketing associations that have become an obstacle. The other thing that I noticed was the folks in this building, either Public Works, police, fire, in risk, that set the standards that they're expecting, have never attended any of these events. So there's no understanding of what the experience of the event is. They're simply looking at it as checkbox that they're responding to and checking in. So when we sit down with these applicants and we press, well, why are you requiring a full built-out stage and the cost of that when this is the scope of the event? And what we noticed was nobody had ever attended any of these events. So it was simply looking at it from the administrative, perspective versus the experience and the intent of that event.
Yeah, very good point.
And if I could just chime in, since I've been doing a lot of special events during COVID, I do attend a lot of the events that are put together. I will say that the Downtown Partnership has been a great partner with us in Tommy's vision to see beer flowing and people walking, right? And they now have their own insurance too. So I think that's been helpful. But I think one of the things that we I think that we're placing on the staff, which is really not the staff's problem, is when we bundle this whole thing together and send it to the insurance company. That's where the rules and regulations come in, and that's why they change from time to time based on the event.
And Assistant City Manager, that makes sense, but other cities, what they do is simply fund their own liability, program that is very cost effective for everybody to buy into. And they do it that way versus letting an insurance company from New York determine what fees should be paid here. Because to Councilmember Soria's comment, I'm used to your insurance premiums going up when you've had speeding tickets and car accidents. But when there's no history here in the city of that kind of risk, we're seeing premiums skyrocket. I suspect it's because of other unrelated, components of city's operations, settlements, litigation, exposure, that overall our premiums are going up. But we seem to be trying to make up that increase in cost by shifting it to the smaller special events and other, subcontracting that is not associated to that increase in liability.
I don't think that's the case, but I think the staff can share some information. I know they've looked at doing some sort of separate special events type policy. Can you speak to that, David or Heather?
Yeah, we're currently researching that to see if we can have one policy to cover all of our special events. The challenge is that insurance carriers or underwriters may be hesitant to write a policy without knowing exactly what they're writing a policy for, what type of events are going to take place. But we're exploring it. I think that maybe they would like to see a schedule. Like if we had a schedule, these are the events that you're going to have over the course of the year. They might be able to put something together. But again, we're still exploring that option. And we're really trying to find some creative solutions to help out with these special events.
I think we can definitely work with the council members. There are events that happen every year that have happened for many, many years, that they could certainly provide a list of what those events are. I understand the one-offs are going to be more difficult, but I think we can definitely work with the council offices to get a calendar of events for the year of the normal events that happen.
And that's kind of what we did a couple years ago. I don't know if you were here, Georgiana, when we did the parade ordinance because of the inconsistency with parades. This is kind of what initiated these discussions of inconsistency in how we ask for different requirements for parades that have been in place for like decades. And they haven't changed. So I look forward to that. I think similarly, we have to look at when we're looking at special events. So risk is one component that increases cost, but also police. I know that sometimes you guys require one number and then all of a sudden the number increases and it's the same event, just maybe in a different location or different year. So I don't know if we have a metric for that and how also these organizations can know ahead of time like how much law enforcement they're going to need versus security, because those are all additional costs that folks have to plan for essentially.
Does risk require the public safety? Is that your guys' decision or is that through the other part of special events?
Yeah, so PD, sorry to interrupt, but PD has a formula for the services they provide for special events based on head count, based on alcohol being there, based on traffic control requirements. So there's a formula. We're working right now with Councilmember Maxwell on the event in his district that it has a number of features on it, and then there's calculations that the PD makes and starts just adding them up, and then we have discussions with the district, have discussions with the promoter, and then just try and get it dialed in.
So is it the same for like parades and so forth? I just want to...
I'll check on that too as well, but that's probably more related to like traffic control and street closures is what's driving that. So we can find out from police department.
Thank you.
All right. I don't think there are any more questions. I don't see anybody else punched up. Councilman
Last thing,
Bredefeld?
Council President, can we just suggest that they connect with the economic development team and, just get familiar with some of the events that are upcoming and see if they can figure out how to find other creative solutions?
So maybe this is just, I just have one question. So if it's a city-sponsored event, then the city would essentially cover the risk and the liability, correct?
Let me have the staff answer that.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, just wanted to confirm that. All right. Any other questions? Anything? Just
Maybe
a
we should
workshop?
have all these events be city-sponsored events. That's a thought.
That's why I asked the question. Hold on, don't get motion trigger happy. Any other questions? All right, that concludes our workshop. Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
All
Appreciate
right.
it.
Let's go to our last
Very much.
budget overflow. I think Councilmember Carbasi, you had some motions to make.
Thank you. I'll make these quick, Mr. President. I'd like to move ongoing temps from ARPA to list the general fund. That's about a $600,000 cost. Thank you, Councilmember Redafill. I'd like to move the fire department unreimbursed drill school expenses and the third drill school from from the ARPA list. To move the fire department unreimbursed drill school expenses and the third drill school regarding the firefighters from the ARPA list. Thank you. And the last one is employee compensation equity adjustments of $6.6 million. I thought I'd get crickets on that one.
What are you,
Can I get
what
some
are you
clarification?
proposing, Councilmember Carbasi?
I think he's going from the list that we presented from the first day, the budget hearing, of moving a pot of money to provide for
the
during labor
raises.
negotiations, for raises, for all of the open contracts to create a funding source.
Right. Just to
From
get it
the
on
ARPA list to the general fund list.
Right.
So are these general fund dollars?
Well, they will be. Yeah.
That's what he's proposing. That's his motion.
Don't you want to give the administration the flexibility to have which pots of funds? Because they're going to have to work their magic after we submit all our lists.
Yeah, I just wanted it on the list so we can negotiate because I'm concerned about certain raises for certain departments. But I mean, I'm open to any changes or modifications.
I'll second it. Let's put it in the hopper.
For discussion.
And
Okay.
flush it
Thank you.
out. Right, okay. All right, anything else?
Councilmember Carbasi, do you mind emailing me your motion so that I can give it to the
I'll do it right
administration
now.
as well? Thank you.
Council
In
President.
writing. Yes, Councilmember
Make
Maxwell.
a motion myself. Motion to reallocate the $267,100 set aside for the District 4 Convenience Center towards the expansion of the Purple Pipe system.
Second.
All right. Another one in the hopper. That's a pretty heavy hopper this year.
Council President, I do have one more motion to make.
Okay, go ahead.
That's where, a motion to establish a legislative interns program for the council at an amount of $250,000.
Second.
All right. That one goes in the hopper.
So was that interns or campaign staff? I'm confused.
Because
I'm
50,
teasing.
because 50 interns back here is not enough.
No, I'm like,
It's our dedicated budget.
By the way, do we have a fifth floor that's vacant right now? Because that might be intern floor.
Intern space.
Pretty soon. Nothing. No. Mayor, do you want a gym up there while we're at it?
Yeah,
Can
we
I make a
want-
motion to
motion?
move the mayor's office to the 5th floor?
Take a look at the waistlines around this building. Around the second floor of council, we need.
That is a plan to
Need a
convert
gym.
the fifth floor to a gym, but we haven't got there yet. But
Oh.
love to do that with some private dollars. If we can.
Jerry, is that going to be a foundation expense? And how much do you bench? Jerry's going to be your personal trainer.
I'm a
Councilmember
Bowflex
Suarez.
guy now, man. I don't bench.
Like Chuck Norris. All right. Does that conclude the motions? All right.
Council
All right,
members, I
Council?
would just ask if you guys can please submit those to the clerk's office so that I can submit it to the administration.
Absolutely. If we could, city staff and clerk, can you send us a list of motions in a digital version so we can make sure that they're correct? I think you guys send them out to us in PDFs, so we can't make edits unless we print them out and write them.
So I just want to ask a question on that. So you're not going to make changes to the substance of the motion?
No. Just to clarify, make sure that the motion's clear on the intent of the motion.
Okay.
And I just intend to make edits on my motions, not anybody else's.
We just want to make sure that everybody understands what the motions are.
Oh,
and
I'm
it's on the
perfectly fine.
record.
I just didn't know if there was a concern
Yeah.
that
No.
we're changing something that was done out here.
No.
Okay.
All right.
I also just wanted to clarify, because I don't think I had made a motion to submit the list, because I hadn't submit my list ahead of time in terms of some infrastructure. I only have a couple things that I will be submitting. So that, for the record.
Do you want to make the motion and?
Yeah, so my
go ahead?
motion is to be able to submit
I'll second that.
my infrastructure list.
All right, and Brianna will receive those. All right, I think at this point, all council members have submitted their list to the Hopper, so we should have that. So how soon can you get that in, Councilmember Soria? Because I think yours might be one of the last ones. Can you submit it by today?
Oh,
Yeah,
yeah.
I need to update mine as well. They went off an old list, so I need to submit an updated one.
Great, all right. With that, we will break for lunch, be back at 1:30. doesn't want to be here, but I guess he should be here on time if he wants to hear the items on time. Paging Councilmember Bredefeld.
Do we have any other items, council member, we can move to?
PDF, should be just a PDF.
No, we got closed session right after.
That's it.
Yeah, I know. That's what we're trying to move on this quick. City Manager, have that item on reopening plan for City Hall?
Yep, and
All right.
we've drafted a memo in concert with the department heads. We've gotten some input from the city attorney's office. So the challenge we've got and we're working on is that we're a building owner. We have employees that work in the building, so OSHA says, hey, how are you going to protect the employees from each other and from the people in the building? And then we, as a building owner, we welcome guests into our building, and they have a little bit different rules. Those are the ones that the governor's kind of issued and said, open up the buildings and let them in. So the challenge we're having is on the employer side, but I think today it'll all get resolved, and I don't think much of this is going to change. So can you blow it up a little bit? Is it? Yeah, nicely done. Okay, so first thing we want to talk about is public access to the City Hall. So by Wednesday, we will be open to the public, not allowed access to the building. We may start some soft starts, but soft openings, but June 23rd, we will be open, so that's a week from yesterday. So public will be visiting the hall, required to enter through the security screening station in the main lobby. Public, we're not going to be subject them to the physical temperature screening. Public visiting the City Hall will be required to wear a mask while indoors at City Hall, unless they present their vaccination card with accompanying identification. This is me, here's my card. Great. Here's what we're proposing right now is upon showing.
City
Go ahead.
Manager, just sorry for interrupting. Just a quick reminder. I got a couple of texts from folks. So for the benefit of the public, this is the special meeting that we noticed. Emergency ordinance amending the Fresno Municipal Code, and our city manager is going over a presentation on the reopening plan for City Hall as a whole. Go ahead.
Thank you. So public will be allowed to visit the hall starting on Monday. They'll go through the main lobby, through the screening, our security screening station, no temperature check. Wear a mask while you're inside the City Hall unless you got your vaccination card with your ID. If you show us your vaccination card and your ID, we're just going to put a little simple stamp on your hand that you've shown us your card and you're vaccinated. And as while you're walking through the building, that's why not wearing a mask. Now that element of it is because as an employer, we have to protect our employees from people who may not be vaccinated. That's not nothing against those individuals, but the OSHA side says, show us how you're going to protect your employees when they're engaging with these people that are coming into the building. Yeah, exactly. OSHA's meeting right now, so that one may be taken out and we can take number 3 out. But right now, that's how we're demonstrating to OSHA how we're protecting our employees from people that are not vaccinated. We will allow the public to enter to attend the meetings in the council chambers. And then for now, item 5 talks about how we're going to make services available to the public. This is also part of our soft opening because we just logistically we want to make sure we're greeting, we're meeting, we're cleaning, we're able to accommodate the new crowds that are going to be coming into the building after being closed for 15 months. So can you go to the next page? So planning and development will be available to the public by appointment. That's how they're doing it now. Department of Public Works, similarly, by appointment, which kind of they're doing now. Public Utilities, by appointment, coming now. Personnel Services, they do this now by appointment. Now, Parking Division, Utility Billing Collection, and the Business License Counter, open without a reservation or without an appointment, because those are more transaction. I want to pay my water bill, I got to pay my parking ticket, I got to pay, I'm going to get my business license. So those people can just come into the building and transact business here in the city. So those are the ones we preliminarily identified.
Just
Yes.
really quick, I just want to interrupt
thanks.
real quick on the business license counter. That's actually, the physical counter is under remodel right now, so we're rushing to get that done. But in the meantime, the City Hall first floor volunteer desk will be where business license will be sitting until the remodeled counter is complete.
So it's stuff like that that we're just trying to transition and get the building ready for. Thank you for that. Now here's the employee part. So now this is, again, more of the OSHA stuff. Department directors, I stole this from the executive emergency orders you guys did last year. Department directors are granted full authority and discretion to establish the schedules and the work requirements for their employees at City Hall to serve the public. So there just may be some things they need to adjust and change while we're in this transition period. Employees accessing City Hall will be required to enter City Hall through the front, the P Street glass doors, and we're also setting it up so they can come through the Q Street glass doors, and that we granted access showing their badges. Employees will not be allowed to use the back door where the charter officials are. If your employee's coming back, you come to the front door, or you come to the glass doors in the back. So that's the one change. We're trying to, you guys adopted that resolution that wanted that separation, so we're going to go ahead and start doing that. Again, employees coming in will be required, this is back to the OSHA stuff. Employees coming to City Hall will wear a mask indoors unless they can present their vaccination card with their ID. We're not going to do any more of the temperature screening. However, we still have to do for now, hopefully today not, employees accessing will be required to complete their daily online COVID. We're still going to be monitoring for symptoms. If you're symptomatic, you got to note it, and we don't want you in the building, but we're going to make you complete that. Hopefully we're moving toward a condition where we don't need to do that. And then the other item we put, this is really related to number 1, where we're going to have the employees serving the City Hall counters. We'll give them the equipment and supplies and materials to sanitize the counter between customer visits. So I'm meeting with you here, that transaction's over, we'll wipe down the counters, next in line, and we'll treat next line. So that's it. That's the simplified version. We want the people in the building. We're opening up some of the business counters, and it's just this funny place we're in on how do we identify people that have been vaccinated, what are the conditions we put on them. So if you're vaccinated, don't have to wear a mask, everything's wide open. If you're not vaccinated, we need to protect the other employees that we have in the city so that and again, we've had employees die of COVID, so we just need to be sensitive to that happen.
Councilmember Carbasi?
Oh, my apologies.
Councilman Maxwell?
And so this is
I'll go after you.
draft, so we're fluid on if you guys want to see some adjustments here.
I think the only thing that caught my eye, City Manager, was it says here no later than Wednesday, June 23rd. So potentially this could start on the day before a council meeting. That's the implication. It seems like very little wiggle room to work out any kinks before we open up this building and this room specifically to the general public. Why not wait until the 28th? We'll have our last council meeting for the month, have our last council meeting for the budget, and if we open on the 28th, that'll give us plenty of time to work out any kinks, confusion, until we have our next public hearing here in this room.
We're open to that. That's open for discussion. That's why it's a draft. So yeah,
That's
we'd
a
be
good
open. But
idea.
we have been racing to be ready on the 23rd. If the decision today is, can you adjust that? We'd be open to adjust
That was my only concern.
Okay.
Other than that, it seemed like a pretty solid plan.
Councilmember Carbasi?
Thank you, Mr. President. Just a quick follow-up on, are there any financial implications with OSHA? Are we going to could we get fined? What will that fine be? And can we?
I'm gonna look to Greg on this one. Again, OSHA's meeting right now. Might be moot, but let's assume it's not. Greg, as long as that's how we structured this, is to comply with whatever they came in and knocked on our door. We say, no, we checking IDs, we're checking vaccine records.
Yeah, OSHA began their meeting at 10 a.m. this morning, the OSHA Standards Board. They were still in public comment. I imagine that this public comment, that by the time I get home, I'll still be watching that meeting because it was 6.5 hours last time.
Okay.
And so we've got one of our city attorneys and then one of my staff from the Emergency Operations Center is listening in throughout the afternoon. But yes, there could be implications for not following whatever OSHA standards are.
Okay.
Either through this ETS or other things that they have.
Well, I'm eager for opening. I mean, it just may be a risk we're taking, as long as I think in good faith we are trying to do everything we can, which it looks like we're doing here.
Absolutely.
If they fine us, bring it on. It's unfortunate, but that's just the way it's going to be. The one thing I'm a little concerned about is the back door and the separation of employees. I don't like the way that looks. I think that we don't have a fence there. Let the employees go through there. I don't like the idea that they have to walk all the way around, or I don't know. It just doesn't sit right with me, Tommy.
City Attorney?
Council, that was actually set forth in an ordinance the council approved about 1.5 years ago.
The one I didn't vote for, yeah.
Okay, so.
But there's no fence, right?
Right. It gives the city manager discretion to delay it during the emergency, as far as putting in the fence, but once the fence is in, then only charter officials and their guests can come through the southeast door.
Well, because the fence isn't up, why not just leave it open for employees then? Is that a problem?
That's not a problem for me. Because what we're going to allow them to do is come through the front door,
Right.
show their badge, get into the building. All of the visitors, the public visitors, will have to go through the
Understood.
security screening. So
Right.
we're do the same way, whether in the back door or the front door with this policy.
Now, I'm sorry, employees right now can only use the front door, or they're also able to use the
And how we're proposing it,
The way
all
it
the
used to be.
employees will go through the front door, just show their badge,
Mm-hmm.
and they'll just go into the building. The public will have to go through the security screening.
Okay.
Or they can go the front P Street or Q Street,
Mm-hmm.
and then depending on what you all decide, possibly also the south doors as
Yep.
well.
How do my colleagues feel about until the fence is up, and us 6 Democrats are going to build a wall, but whatever, allowing the employees to still use that entrance? Is that a problem?
Correct me if I'm wrong, but employees currently use that back door,
Uh-huh.
right? And we've not had any issues.
Right.
So I think it's, continue to give them access, and we're going to reopen the building. It's one less, it's a less of a chance to have a whole bunch of people stacked, in a line to exit.
And that was our concern. So that's the one adjustment we made was, okay, then you just have to just show your badge and keep going. Otherwise, like you said, we're queue up in that metal detector and the conveyor.
Council, the way the ordinance is written, it also allows the council to vary from the ordinance by resolution. But the way it is right now, during the COVID emergency, the city manager has discretion to delay the fence and who comes in the building. Once the COVID emergency is all over, then we go back to the ordinance. And that will be legally required unless the council changes that.
So we would actually have to pass a resolution until the fence is built to allow employees to use that entrance?
Once the COVID emergency is over, the fence has to be built, at least until you change that. Once the fence is built, then it says who can come in that door unless you all change that, yes.
Okay, when is the COVID emergency officially going to be over then? I mean, when does that
I
determine?
think we're days, weeks, really. I think
So we really have to go through a resolution for this?
Yep.
Not now, but at some point, yes.
Okay, we'll talk about that afterwards then.
And just for information purposes, the fence installation is scheduled to start in July and be completed in November, if all goes well.
Can we get a PLA on that? It's too long.
Right.
We can go faster.
Georgianne, when is that due to start?
July,
They're starting to build that?
correct.
You guys like building walls and fences now? All of a sudden, you guys like these walls?
Yeah, so, council members, it probably is better if we just begin to just use the Q Street entry way, because in just 2 or 3 weeks, we're gonna lose that doorway anyway, so.
Why
Understood.
don't we
Thank you.
just let our administrative team that are experts at flows of traffic and everything figure that out before we start getting into the minutia of, I want this door used, and I want that window closed, and all
And I'll
that.
be honest, pushing everybody to the front, I was just trying to be respectful of the ordinance you guys passed. So I figured that's but if we
Sure.
can do it different and you'll allow me to do that, I'll welcome
Council
that.
President, I would agree with you. We have faith in the administration that they will figure out what best flows for everyone during this time.
Vice President?
Yes. City manager, I appreciate let me see, numbers 2 and 3, right? Just those are probably the biggest precautions we're taking. I would advocate that regardless of what OSHA ends up doing today, that we maintain numbers 2 and or 3. The CDC issued the guidance and guidelines about vaccinated folks are able to go unmasked in most instances. What they did not do was issue guidelines on how you ultimately determine that, right? And so there really is no way to determine who has immunity, who does not have immunity. And so the best way to protect our employees here in the building, as well as members of the public amongst themselves, is to ensure that either, one, everybody is still wearing a mask throughout the building, or that if we're going to allow vaccinated folks to go unmasked, that is verified in some legitimate way. And I think that will, So I would advocate for 2 and 3, regardless of the OSHA decision today, just based on our willingness to protect employees. Additionally, I would concur with Councilmember Maxwell on giving you folks a couple more days to adjust, and then as we transition to a hybrid model, I don't think overnight council's going to go from Zoom to just fully back in person. I've participated in a couple of hybrid meetings. There's a lot of, not here, but there are several kinks to work out. And so I would advocate to Council President and the administration, maybe we do a couple of test runs and see how it works, a couple of drills before we actually dive into a council meeting. And I think between now and next Wednesday, there probably isn't going to be a lot of time for test drills, given that we're doing the city budget right now, and pretty much every minute is accounted for. But otherwise, yeah, I'm open to what we have here. It looks like what we have here on paper is adequately protecting city employees and the public.
Appreciate that.
Yeah.
I think so, but keep going.
And Council President, I would just add that given that we've probably made 100 motions, that your staff's going to be completely busy trying to figure out a budget.
Right.
So I too would be supportive of delaying this till after the budget's adopted, so you guys can focus on balancing the budget with the council and not having to worry about the logistical nightmare of trying to do this too quickly.
Yeah, because I can see Georgianne dealing with text, having to go down to the building, or back door got jammed up, or yeah.
So, City Manager, just to be clear, and I'm 100% agreeable with that, make sure that it's done right. What is the timeline for opening up the entire facility to the public with employees?
Yeah, we've always been targeting June 6th. I mean, I see July 6th. I was always on the 5th, but July 6th was the day we were going to open up the building. That's been because we thought governor says the 15th. Going to be some noise. That'll give us 15 days to see how that noise plays out. But it should be resolved, and so at the beginning of July 6th, we would be open.
Okay. Councilmember Bedford? We want to open tomorrow.
I wanted to open a month ago. Yeah, it sounds like the direction is going to be to continue the delay. I don't agree with it. I think we should be open, as we were talking about, next Wednesday. These requirements that you list from 1 to 5 on the public access, is this OSHA requirements, or these are your requirements?
These are consistent with what we're hearing from OSHA, and it's really, again, as an employer, how are we going to protect our employees from infection from people that are coming into the building? So first thing we do is, are you vaccinated? Yes, you proved that. Okay, that's a protection measure. Oh, you're not vaccinated? You got to wear a mask all the time while you're in. So that's the other barrier. So those are the two things that we're using to comply with what OSHA is telling us. Show us how you're going to protect your employees.
So is OSHA requiring people to show vaccination and then they don't have to wear a mask inside, or is that something we think they're going to do?
So
No.
what they're,
that is consistent with what the State Department of Public Health has put out, the local public health folks have put out. What we see in the hospital setting, that's exactly how they're handling it in that institution.
Well, wait, I'm confused. A hospital setting is not City Hall. I mean, obviously, a hospital setting is with a lot of ill patients. I'm talking about here at City Hall.
So they're going by, again, the State Department of Public Health's guidelines and the County of Fresno's
Okay, the
public health
County of
guidelines.
Fresno's guidelines have been mouthpieces for the state. We know that Dr. Gailey has already lied to the public about restaurants, so I don't care about people who've lied to the public. Same with St. Fauci and all of his lies. So I don't care about that. I want to know it feels very intrusive to require people to show vaccination cards. Is that a requirement that's a state guideline, or is this, again, something that we're doing? Is there a mandate from somebody, not somebody's talking about it? Is there a mandate that you have to show a vaccination card? Because frankly, it feels very intrusive to me to demand that people show cards that they've been vaccinated.
I'm gonna let Greg follow up as well, but it's not a mandate, it's not a prescriptive, it's show us how you're going to protect your employees against interactions with people that you're not sure if their condition in terms of COVID-19.
Council member, I don't know if this makes a difference or not, but if people don't want to show their vaccination cards, then they just have to wear a mask in
Yeah.
the building. I'm sure that doesn't make you happy still, but for the intrusiveness, we wouldn't just put a mask on and we don't have to, you don't have to
Because
show a
I'd
card.
like to see the data that clearly shows that masks definitively prevent viruses, because that's debated as well. And should we require them to wear one mask or two masks? We're not sure. Should they also have gloves
We're just
on
gonna do
and
one.
eye goggles? Just one?
We're just gonna do one
Because
mask.
Fauci says two is better, after he said none.
Yeah, we're gonna do
Oh, only
one.
one? Okay, okay. Just want to make sure we understand where we're going. Minimally intrusive, okay.
Yeah, hey, City Attorney, what is for the ordinance amendment?
Well, part of the reason we're here is that we have an ordinance on the books right now that says every business in the city of Fresno, including government offices, everybody must wear a mask until the COVID emergency is over. So if you want to amend that ordinance, you have that opportunity to do that today. And it's teed up as an emergency ordinance. It would take 5 votes and would be final today. But you would need to do that, or technically, the ordinance still requires masks everywhere in the city.
Okay, so a motion to rescind the emergency order?
A motion to amend, amend the emergency ordinance to delete the provision requiring masks in businesses. Sorry.
Okay, I'd like to make that motion that we rescind that, so there are no requirements to wear masks in businesses.
Say it one more time, Councilman. Sorry, sorry.
Yeah, I want to make a motion to rescind the emergency ordinance that would require, in the city of Fresno, everyone to wear a mask in businesses. Am I accurate?
Right. It's one paragraph in the ordinance.
Second.
So what is- can
but
I
that would
ask-
still
can I
allow the
ask a-
businesses to optionally put whatever
Right.
they want.
Without that, then it would be up to the business or follow state law.
Or follow state.
So what is the state law?
On wearing masks indoors right now,
Just
I
the
think
state
for a regular business, there is no requirement.
There's no requirement?
Right.
Indoor? I thought I saw something with like, if you're indoor not vaccinated.
There may be suggested guidelines, but as far
Okay.
as legal requirement, it's no longer required.
So we would be rescinding orders that we don't need anymore, and we would allow our businesses to just operate using their intelligence, which is what we should have been doing over the last year. That's what we'd be doing right now.
If I could
City
provide-
Attorney's not going to comment on that.
Right. If I can provide some insight, I'll give you an example.
That'll
So
be-
for our business, we will choose, because of my father's age, I don't want to card people and say, where's your ID? They can do what they want. We probably will choose to require a mask, but that's our choice as a business.
Exactly.
That is up to the business, yes.
Exactly.
Okay.
Should be up to the business, not up to city government to tell them what to do anymore at this point, 15 months after this all started.
So, City Attorney, am I understanding correctly that the council member's motion is consistent with adhering to the current state order that doesn't mandate?
That's correct.
So we were simply default to Governor Newsom's order of making it optional?
Correct.
It's not
There
an
would be no
order,
local
it's
provisions, we'd have to follow state law.
It's not an order if it's optional. It's a suggestion, right?
Right.
Yeah, City Attorney, I thought that our emergency order was already pegged to the state's order.
Well, as far as what businesses can be open and that sort of thing, we have said that you comply with state law, but we passed an ordinance in addition to the emergency orders that is in existence as long as there is a proclamation of emergency, and that's still going on.
I see. Well, I mean, my big concern just in general, right, with respect to this building and throughout the entire city in our country, is last week we had the Delta variant, which originated in India, was 6% of United States cases. This week it's 10%. Next week, surely larger by the time we catch up with the data. Probably, I mean, more than likely among mostly unvaccinated folks. But I mean, in our county, we have, 40% or less folks who are fully vaccinated? Greg?
Greg can look at the number.
What is the percentage of residents in Fresno County who are fully vaccinated?
43.
43, not good. Those numbers are shit, right? So in a county like ours, that worries me very, very much. So when you have a variant, it's spreading. We've seen it in India. It's going to Europe. We already know the next step. It goes east and comes west towards us. And again, in a county like San Francisco or just a higher vaccinated county with higher rates, probably going to be fine. But I think counties like ours continue to remain vulnerable. And so while obviously we've remained only reactive with respect to the mask ordinance that we have on the books, I think we ought to reserve that right in the event that we did have a Fresno County outbreak. Hopefully unlikely, and hopefully it doesn't happen or ever come to that. But I think we ought to reserve that right, given the very, very low vaccination rates here in Fresno. But to the best of my knowledge, I think even up to this point, we have yet to really enforce. It's all been education and just getting folks to comply by talking to them, right, Doug?
Yes, as far as enforcement, there is discretion there, and we follow the council direction. Another option is repeal that portion of the ordinance, but the city manager would still have authority to impose a mask requirement under his emergency services director authority, if necessary. If there was a flare-up or any given council meeting, we can come in and do another emergency ordinance.
So we kick that responsibility to the city manager instead of the council. Anyway, those are my concerns.
way you say
This county is not in a position where we have beat COVID. We're far from it, and it's because of folks who are not getting vaccinated. We're expanding access. I think we're doing a lot. We plan to do a lot more. But at this point, if you have not gotten vaccinated, there's probably a slim chance that you just haven't had access, and a greater chance that you're making the choice not to.
Councilmember Butterfield still had the floor.
Yeah, listen, we're 16 months past when we probably did this emergency. Other buildings, city government buildings are open. People are going to movie theaters. Businesses are open. We have sporting events where tens of thousands of people are attending events, but City Hall is still dithering and worried about making sure we exert power and authority over people. Government screwed the handling of the pandemic. People lost their businesses, their livelihoods. Kids have been out of school for...
Don't forget their lives.
Yeah, you could say that all day long,
Vice
but you've
President,
also
let him finish.
destroyed lives. Lives have been destroyed. By the way, government and people in this building handled this pandemic, and you still refuse to give up control. It's politicians who've been drunk with power who have caused more damage and more harm to people through this pandemic. Yes, people have lost lives. Yes, people have gotten sick. Yes, there's really a pandemic. But we, in the first time in our nation's history, told people who were healthy, stay in your house. We quarantined healthy people. And it was mishandled from the very beginning, as we've witnessed in New York and other cities. So it is time to take away the control and the chains and leaving things over people's head in their businesses about mandates and snitch hotlines and everything else. It is time to follow what other people are doing, even Governor Newsom, who has finally took away his unscientific, ridiculous four-color code or tier system. It is time for us to rescind and send a message. Businesses, run your businesses, do it safely. You're smart enough to do it, and to let people just live their lives. Because government has caused more damage with the stupid mandates and lockdowns that didn't solve anything. That is very clear right now, whether people want to acknowledge it or not. So, to get back, I have a motion on the table. I don't know if you want to deal with it at this point, but I still want to finish.
Councilmember, can I
Let's cue that
express my support for your motion before you convince me to vote against you?
No, I'm ready to vote on it.
So,
and then we can get back to this.
Councilmember, let me just add this. First of all, let the record show that for the first time, the councilmember and the governor are on the same page. And I've been very clear from the get-go that as a city who doesn't have their own public health department, we should be taking our guidance from the state public health department and the county public health department. And at this point, the state and the county have now made mask wearing optional. So I think it's our responsibility to adhere to that guidance and to, I finally move towards that direction. So I will be supportive, council member, because you and Governor Newsom are my favorites, and you guys both agreed today that that we have gone to a point in this pandemic where folks can be a lot safer in the indoor setting with the right precautions. So I will be supportive today, and let the record show that.
All right, Councilmember Maxwell. Before we do that, City Attorney and City Manager, I want to make sure that I'm clear on what we're talking about here, because everybody's very passionate about this whole issue, and I think it just kind of segued into other issues. But I want to focus on what we're talking about today. We're talking about opening up this building for the public, for employees. You're walking us through the process. It now segued into these other emergency orders. So City Attorney, here's a question for you. Are those two tied together, or are they separate issues?
But what's on the agenda is an amendment to the emergency ordinance. Now, in connection with that, it's relevant what the city manager's plans are as far as opening up the building and so forth.
Okay,
But
just the building. I'm talking about specifically to what the emergency order stipulates for outside of the building.
Right, we have an emergency ordinance that applies to both outside and inside the building.
So those are connected. Whatever we do here today for the building, we have to replicate for outside businesses, what you're saying?
No. I mean, I'm saying right now we have an ordinance that requires masks everywhere, whether it's a private business or City Hall. Separately from that, the manager has authority over what happens in this building.
Okay. So those are two separate issues that we're
They
discussing.
overlap, but they're separate issues.
Right. Okay. I just want to make sure I understand that, because this conversation is kind of going everywhere. I don't like to make decisions on the fly. I don't think like that. I'm not as passionate as my other colleagues. I like to, measure 10 times, cut once. And I want to make sure I'm thoughtful about what we do here today is not going to have unintended consequences outside of these buildings.
Right. What I'm saying is with an ordinance in place that requires masks everywhere, the manager would not have authority to say you don't have to wear masks in City Hall.
So for us to, because I think what I'm hearing today is there's consensus on at least opening up this building. I think we landed on the date of the 28th or after the 28th. I'm not hearing consensus on what happens outside with the mask, and I want to be very thoughtful, because it's not just that mandate that we put on there. There's a number of them. So in my head, I want to make sure that, one, we're addressing the opening up of the building today and whatever that looks like, that plan, so that the public knows what to expect, but that we're also tackling these other issues of these emergency orders separately, because I think that's going to require a lot more conversation and thought, and probably working with other departments. So are we both on the same page on that?
Yes, and I think that, yes, there are a number of provisions in both emergency orders and emergency ordinance, but Councilmember Bredefeld's motion is limited to just the mask issue, as I understand it.
Yeah, Council President, I would concur with what you described there. I think we're honing in on consensus about the building and the access, public access. I think the heated disagreements are about how we're handling the public, right? Just sort of what happened, not in here, but again, external to this building. I expressed my concerns. We are potentially, with the amendment, lifting a mask mandate without requiring numbers 2 and 3 that we have here, right? Vaccination status versus not vaccinated. And so, yeah, we're protecting employees in this building, but we're essentially leaving it up to employers to decide whether they want to protect their employees citywide.
And I'm okay with that. I just don't want the conversation to get mixed up with all these, because I do think at some point maybe we have to tackle these other emergency orders at the next council meeting. But I want to make sure that we focus on today on the opening plan, so that our administration and staff have clear direction on which way to go, so they have time to plan and do all that.
Council President,
that's where I'm comfortable with.
can I just check for understanding? I want to make sure I'm clear. First, I'm supportive of reopening the building on the 28th, which I think is a date that there's consensus on. And secondly, of defaulting to the state on mask wearing for any other employer, which still gives the right for the employer to require them inside their facilities or not require them, which is the state guidance.
And that's about as far as that argument gets. The other orders that we're all
Correct.
discussing now are separate, correct?
Correct.
I just wanted to make sure that I understood.
From my
that.
understanding,
is that the motion
we're not
that
here
you
to
made?
discuss the other orders.
Council President, let me help you land this one for you. All right. Councilmember Bredefeld's motion is really to repeal item I in the ordinance, which is 2020-024. It would be section, my lawyer skills here.
2514, I think.
Is it 514I?
Right, I. 514I.
L. Sorry, L.
I'm sorry. L.
Look this.
That's the only thing you're talking about. It's one paragraph.
That's it.
Now, separate from that, the city manager had already been working on the emergency orders. We're not touching your ordinances, just the orders that were issued by the previous city manager. So we've already have a list of all of those ones that need to be repealed. And that was going to happen on July the 6th. And we were going to, next time we have a chance to meet with the COVID committee, we were going to share with them that matrix of what we've done. So a lot of this work was already happening until yesterday or 2 days ago. So focusing on the July 6th date.
Okay, crystal clear now.
All
I
right.
think that's what we're referencing, because I think Councilmember Bredefeld brought up other issues, and I was like, wait a minute, are we talking about the whole package? Because I think at some point, you're right, those orders do have to come back, and we have to, I think everybody knows where we're headed with that, but it's timing, right? Councilmember Bredefeld wants to do that yesterday. Some of us want to at least look at what are the implications, what are the unintended consequences of this. That's just what I was trying to get clear on. I think I'm clear on what we just described.
Okay, so shall we vote on the motion?
So the motion was to codify. Did you get the motion?
Doug,
The
maybe
motion
you
is
wanna
to
clarify.
repeal the section described by the Assistant City Manager related to the mask order.
And that also removes not only the requirement of masks and leaves it up to businesses, but it also removes what I refer to as the snitch hotline, does it not?
Yes, it does. Your snitch hotline, social distancing, and mask, all in that one paragraph.
Okay.
All right, that's the motion. So we're defaulting to the state.
The Governor Newsom.
on that. Well, yeah, OSHA or whoever makes those rules. All right, motion was made, seconded. Any opposition? Oh, public comment? Who do we have up for public comment, Brianna? We have Ms. Lisa Flores. Okay, Ms. Lisa Flores, you'll have 2 minutes. Is she queued up, Brianna? Ms. Flores?
First off, yeah, hi, can you hear me? Oh,
Yes, we can hear you, ma'am. Go ahead.
okay. First thing, I want everybody to remember the date of February 6th. That's when I lost a 30-something-year-old cousin to COVID because he believed, don't wear a mask, go out, have a good time. He came home, he thought he had the flu, went to bed, and his 10-year-old son found him dead in bed. His 10-year-old is now an orphan. And I want you to think when you make these decisions about the children that are left behind. So I would say vote down Gary's thing. You have plenty of time to change ordinances and such later. To the mayor, I would hope that you would continue to have Zoom because, for example, for me to come down to City Hall, it is literally a 20-minute process for me to get through your security because through your metal detector, because of my heart valves. And also, I would be very leery about entering City Hall even now with you having people with face masks on, because once they have to wear face masks past your security, once they enter somewhere that they're not seeing, the bathroom, the elevator, an office, they could take that mask off. So now you have people possibly infecting your staff. There is no other way to tell whether or not a person, tag them with the wristband or something. The other question also I have is in your security process, if I was to my knitting needles, because your meetings are a little bit boring and I've been knitting so, I like to bring something to keep me busy and sane while listening to
Ms. Flores, can you
the
wrap up?
sausage making of politics. So I would like to know what I'm allowed to, I would like to know what I'm allowed to actually bring in to City Hall. I mean, circular needles made out of bamboo is not going to hurt anybody.
Thank you, Ms.
Once
Flores.
again, thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Flores. All right, that will conclude our public comment. Motion was made, seconded it. Any opposition?
This is for the motion? No.
All right, Vice President Esparza registers a no vote. Motion passes. Thank you for that. Does that give you some clarity?
Oh,
City
yeah,
Manager?
absolutely. June 28th.
All right.
Thank you, City Manager.
Great.
Just, can I ask one question on your requirements? So people have to have appointments to come in for planning? That's the way?
That's the way it is right now with planning, and so we're just going to adapt that to Public Works and Public Utilities as well, just for this transitional period, and then we'll open up the building.
If they pay extra, can they get in early?
So what was that? Tom?
Snap.
If they pay
okay.
extra, do they?
But
So
I'm
when will the appointment mandate go away? When will the public be able to access these services?
Yeah, and that's what we're proposing that week of July, it's 1 week
July.
after to 28.
Okay, thank you.
All righty,
Thank
we
you.
got close, that concludes our special meeting item. City Attorney, we have closed session. Can you make the announcement?
Yes. Closed session, we have existing litigation, Cooper versus City of Fresno, existing litigation, Fraser versus City of Fresno, and real property, Granite Park. Councilmember Soria will be recusing herself on both of those items. Also, public employee performance evaluation, city clerk, and then a special meeting notice for public security.